participants to the 21st National Seminar on Banking and Allied Matters for Judges. Foremost, I would like to use this opportunity to invite our distinguished participants to the high table. As such, I would like to invite my Lord, the Honorable Administrator of the National Judicial Institute, to the high table. Please, can we put our hands together to appreciate my Lord, the Administrator. Joining my Lord, the Administrator, on the high table is the President and Chairman of Council, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Dr. Bayo Olubemi, FCIB. Please, can you put our hands together to appreciate the President? Let me also use this opportunity to invite the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Olumide Akpata. Please, can we put our hands together to appreciate my Chairman and my President. Permit me to invite my Lord, Honorable Justice Bola Ojo, the Honorable, the Chief Judge of Osun State, and a member of the Board of Governors of the National Judicial Institute. My Lord, a very good morning to you. And please, can you put our hands together to appreciate my Lord? I wouldn't know if you have the representative of the Honorable Minister in our midst. If the representative of the Minister is present here, the Honorable Minister of the Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation is not on his way. Okay, thank you very much. Permit me to equally invite the Registrar of the Charter and Chief Executive of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Dr. Sheye Awujobi, FCIB. Sir, a very good morning to you, and you're most welcome. I wouldn't know if the representative of the Central Bank Governor, the CBN Governor, is in our midst, is on his way as well. Okay. I've been made to understand that the representative of the EFCC chairman is here. Please, can he join us on the high table? The representative of the chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. My lords, let me use this occasion and this particular moment to sincerely apologize to my lords, the Honorable Justices of the Court of Appeal in our midst. My lords, you are most welcome, and a very good morning to my Lord, the Honorable JCAs in our midst. Please, can you put our hands together to appreciate my Lord, the Honorable Justice of the Court of Appeal. We also have the representative of the Honorable, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court in our midst, in the person of my Lord, Honorable Justice Binta Nyako. My Lord, please, you can bring my Lord to the high table. My Lord Justice, Honorable Justice Nyako. It's my Lord there. Thank you very much, my Lord. Honorable Justice Binta Nyako. We also have in our midst, my Lord, Honorable Justice Unoa A.K. Ogwe, the Honorable, the Chief Judge of Abia State, and a member of the Board of Governors of the National Judicial Institute. Please, can I put our hands together to appreciate my Lord? Also in our midst, we have my Lord, Honorable Justice Aisha Bashir Aliyu, the Honorable, the Chief Judge of Nasarawa State. Please, can you put our hands together to appreciate my Lord? I must not fail to recognize the past presidents of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. One, Mazi Barrister Osike Unegbu, FCIB. Sir, a very good morning to you. We also have Professor Barrister Segun Ajibola, FCIB. Sir, a very good morning to you. Also in our midst, Bankers of Nigeria, and the person of Oluye Esan Ogunleye, FCIB. Sir, a very good morning to you. And we have some office holders of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Professor Barrister Diji Olanrewaju, second Vice President, and Mr. Delia Labi, the National Treasurer. Sir, we thank you for all the contributions so far to us making this program a success. So without further ado, at this point, may I ask the operator to please, can we all stand for the national anthem? Operator, please, we need the rendition of the national anthem. Thank you very much. Can we rise for the CIBN anthem?
Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, the bankers' guiding light, it's the nation's joy and pride. We aim for integrity in the industry, open ethics and professionalism, expressing
Thank you very much. Just before the opening prayer, I would like to recognize our virtual participants, the honorable justices and judges virtually connected to the 21st banker seminar, as well as the immediate past president, International Bar Association, and the person of Mr. Horacio Bernardes Neto. Sir, you're most welcome to this particular program, and please can we give him a very warm applause. Mr. Horacio Bernardes is connected to this particular seminar all the way from Brazil. Thank you. At this point, may I invite Professor Segun Ajibola, FCIB, to lead us in opening prayer. Sir.
May I ask us to be upstanding while we pray to the Almighty God. In Jesus' name. Our dear Father in heaven, we thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be here today. We thank you because you have kept us alive in the midst of all challenges. You have kept our country together. You have been with us as individuals. You have been with the judicial arm of this great economy. We thank you for the banking industry. We thank you for the economy as a whole. That we are here today after all the challenges of pandemic and others. It is your mercy, it is your favor. We return all glory unto your holy name in Jesus' name. Our dear Father, as we start this program, we call upon you to be with us in all the proceedings in Jesus' name. We call upon you to give us that divine wisdom, the enablement to reason together and to come to resolutions as to how to move our country forward. The executive arm, the judicial arm, the legislative arm. It is your divine wisdom that can enable us to resolve collectively on how to take Nigeria to greater heights. That is what we are asking for during this 2-day all-important program. Give unto us from above in Jesus' name. We pray, Lord. By the time we come to the end of this program, and we'll be going into our individual places, we call on you to be with each and every one of us. All the speakers, all the guests that will be participating one way or the other in this program, we call upon you, Lord, to be with each and every one. And at the end of the day, be with all of us together. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a very warm applause for Professor Ajibola for a well-said prayer. Thank you. May I, at this point, invite the opening remarks from Dr. Bayo Olugbemi, FCIB, President, Chairman of Council, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Please, a very warm applause for the Chairman.
Thank you. My Lord, the Honorable Dr. Justice Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed, CFR, FNJI, the Chief Justice of Nigeria and Chairman, Board of Governors, National Judicial Institute, Mr. Abubakar Malami, SAN, Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. Godwin Emefiele, CON, FCIB, the Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, and the Chairman of the Bankers Committee. The representative of EFCC, who is the Secretary to the Commission, George Ekungo, PhD. The first Vice President of our great institute, Professor Barrister Pius Olanrewaju, FCIB, past President here present, the National Treasurer, Mr. Dele Alabi, past Registrar, Director and CEO of the Institute, our own Dr. She Awojobi. Our chief host, or co-chief host of today, Honorable Justice Salisu Garba Abdullahi, Administrator of the National Judicial Institute, and President Chairman and the Administrator of the National Judicial Institute, Mr. Horacio Bernardes Neto, I learned is the immediate past President of International Bar Association, Mr. Olumide Akwata, President, Nigeria Bar Association. If you permit me, I will say all my lords here present. Please, I may not have your name one by one, but I apologize. I'm not very, very good at protocol, but I try my best. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say good morning to all of us. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 21st National Seminar on Banking and Allied Matters for Judges. The annual event has come a long way in putting together a workable program for both judges and bankers over the years, and it has strengthened the relationship that exists within the banking and the judiciary arm of the government. My lords, I consider it a great honor to deliver these opening remarks, particularly as this will be my last address on this platform as the President and Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN. May I, at this juncture, appreciate the Bankers Committee, chaired by the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, CON, FCIB, for their sustained moral and financial support of this seminar over the past 21 years. We will continue to rely on your support to fulfill our mandate and add value for our various stakeholders. Incidentally, this is the 21st National Seminar, and I am the 21st President and Chairman of Council of CIBN. What a coincidence. I am also pleased to recognize the presence of the Chief Justice of Nigeria and Chairman Board of Governors ably represented, Honorable Dr. Justice Ibrahim Tanko Muhammad, CFR, FNJI, and our distinguished resource persons who have made the arduous journey to be in attendance, both physically and virtually. I warmly welcome our special guests, Mr. Horacio Bernardes Neto, the immediate past President, International Bar Association, Mr. Olumide Akwata, the President, Nigerian Bar Association, and Mr. Bakam Malami, SAN, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you all for being part of this event. It is pertinent to recall that the National Seminar undoubtedly has become a significant forum where respected jurists, legal luminaries, and other key personalities informally interact with the top echelon of the banking industry to share ideas on contemporary banking and legal issues as it affects the Nigerian economy in general. And I reckon that heads of legal services of banks are also here, or they are represented fully. Distinguished guests, the theme of this year's event, strengthening the quality of judicial systems and banking operations through innovation, is very, very topical. The year 2020 presented numerous challenges which exposed areas of vulnerability to the Nigerian judicial system and the banking sector. Indeed, between the emergence of the global pandemic, that's global COVID pandemic, and the subsequent restrictions in movements, the need to upgrade our systems to deal with such unprecedented shocks became all too apparent. The subject of innovation in the administration of justice and banking operations has become very topical in recent times. Indeed, the past 4 editions of this annual national seminar have dwelt extensively on the interplay between innovation and efficient administration of justice on the one hand, and deepening the understanding of judicial officers on the fast-paced innovation in the banking industry, where Nigeria is recognized globally as a leading light, especially in the area of payments. This is as it should be, as to do otherwise would be to risk being left behind in the rapidly evolving economic and social environment in which we are today. And you agree with me that recently Nigeria launched what we call the e-Naira, being the first in Africa and one of the very first few ones that has done that all over the world. It calls to question how innovative the banking industry is, and therefore our judicial system should also match that innovation. Innovation is, however, not without its challenges, and I cannot conclude this address without drawing attention to a few areas which judicial officers, especially of the superior courts of records and the regulatory authorities, must pay attention. It is not surprising that the tendency to evade legal responsibilities which borrowers have freely entered into by taking loans sourced from depositors' funds have continued unabated. What is perhaps surprising is the continuous abuse of court processes by some of these delinquent customers to aid their unwholesome objectives. Aside the well-known strategy to frustrate debt recovery efforts by employing different tactics to delay court proceedings, there are now new efforts to convert loans ostensibly obtained for business purposes into foreign currency and exporting them to other countries where it is thought that the so-called long arm of the law cannot reach. To further compound the situation, such recalcitrant debtors now argue disingenuously before the courts and sometimes in petitions with the Consumer Protection Department of CBN that legitimate legal efforts to recover these funds from the jurisdictions where they have been exploited amounts to abuse of due process and the dollarization of the Nigerian economy. If creditors are getting more and more innovative, in quotes, in their attempts to evade legitimate legal obligations, judicial officers and regulatory authorities like the CBN, NDIC, and FCCPC must a fortiori be even more innovative in responding to such disingenuous ethics whenever invited to do so in the course of resolution of legal disputes. Another area where judicial officers can and must intervene when required to do so is the rising trend of cyber fraud and cyber attacks of banks and on banks and other financial institutions. It is not unknown, even in Nigeria, for cyber criminals to seize websites and portals owned by financial institutions and demand for ransom to be paid in order to release these sites or to refrain from releasing confidential and proprietary information of banks and their customers if monetary demands of these attackers are not met. This presents some food for thought for our banks, regulatory authorities, law enforcement agencies like EFCC, and judicial officers, and it will be interesting to get the perspectives of these different stakeholders at this conference as these issues are discussed over the course of the next 2 days. The recurring issues of abuse of procedures relating to garnishee proceedings and enforcement of lenders' rights in secured credit transactions continue to be of concern to the industry and continue to impede the release of additional credit to the economy, which would have helped to accelerate our recovery from the downturn caused by the coronavirus pandemic. I am, however, gratified that these issues will come under scrutiny by our learned and distinguished paper presenters and panelists at this year's seminar, which will hopefully come up with recommendations for reform and remedial actions to address these issues. Your Lordships, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I cannot conclude this address without appreciating the role played by all stakeholders in making the program a success. I can see that it is already successful with the area of my lords and other judicial officers here present, and of course, bankers in our midst. I have no doubt that the outcome of the seminar will leave our business environment better. Once again, I welcome you all to this occasion and wish you a thought-provoking and knowledge-enhancing seminar. Thank you all for your rapt attention. God bless.
Please, another applause for the President. In the course of the President's speech, we had the privilege of joining us in the seminar hall by the representative of the Central Bank Governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, who will be represented by Mr. Abdulsalam Alada, Director Lega of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Sir, please can you join us on the high table? Next, we'll be inviting a goodwill message virtually from the immediate past president, International Bar Association, and the person of Mr. Horacio Bernardes Neto. Goodwill message from Mr. Neto.
Good morning, everybody. I must say that I'm very, very pleased to be here again in Nigeria. Unfortunately, this time I was not able to be present there. This is one country that I like and admire very much, the success of which and the progress of which has been the object of my admiration and of my sympathy during all the years behind. Unfortunately, the crisis of the pandemic did not allow me to travel too much. I did 1 or 2 travels during my last year of presidency of the IBA, and now we are working remotely with very few travels, even in turn. But that's why I'm feeling so fine and I'm feeling so comforted that you have thought of me. I'm a lawyer, as you know, or should know, in Brazil. Therefore, some of the challenges that my country faces are very similar to those challenges that your country faces. And some of the solutions that we have to take here in Brazil are also very similar to those which are taken in Africa and in Nigeria and in other countries. I came here just to deliver to you a message from the international legal community. The IBA, as you know, represents 100,000 different lawyers from 170 nationalities. And we also have the honor of represent 190 bars, colleges, colegios, That means lawyers, law societies, lawyers associations, etc. Therefore, the IBA has been under the years for us all, those who have been participating very thoroughly on it, a very good way of knowing the profession and knowing what's happening everywhere in the world. The immense presence that we had from Nigeria in our conferences so far can only assure that we are in the right way, that we are going on the right path. The presence of the Nigerian has brought us fresh news and fresh opportunities and fresh businesses from Africa. And so it worked with other groups that have come to the IBA. My word today is just a word, as I said, of the International Legal Society. I bring you also personally the greetings of my president of my Brazilian bar, but especially I'd like to bring to you the greetings and the wishes of a lot of success from the international legal community. Many of us are watching here to your conference. Many of us will go to see it afterwards online. It will be certainly very important, the discussions that you lead after this terrible pandemic. Let's see what you foresee for us to wait out and come back to our normal life. It is very important that us lawyers gather together and discuss how our future is going to be. Are we coming back to normal life, as I think we will, or are we stay half and half? What's going to happen? I am already of those who think that being vaccinated as I am, it's time to come back to the office, and it's time to come back to the own responsibilities, especially if you are leaders in the office. This next year, I don't know for you, for us will not be a brilliant year. Brazil had done drastically badly during 20 and 21. 22 is going to be a year that we expect. We expect, of course, not to be a terror, but it will not be a good year. And we are prepared for it. We are prepared with the help of our friends all over the world to face the problem, obtaining your experiences, obtaining your practices, and trying to do the best way to overcome a crisis that is going to come after the pandemic. The pandemic seems to be a little bit less bad, so let's work in the meantime, and let's, together with you, hope for a very good year for Africa, for a very good year for democratic countries, and let's especially not forget that lawyers are supposed to fight for the rule of law, for establishment of the rule of law, and for the maintenance of the rule of law. We must know that we are lawyers only because the rule of law permits us to be so. Therefore, it is our duty to be the guardian keepers of the rule of law. Let's do it all together, all over the world. Thank you very much. Have a successful seminar.
Please, another applause for Mr. Bernadette Neto. Thank you very much. I'm coming back home. May I invite Olumide Apata Esquire, the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, to present his goodwill message. Please, a very warm applause for my president. Should I?
My Lord, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, ably represented, my Lord, the Administrator of the National Judicial Institute, our host, the President and Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Dr. Olugbemi. I would like to be allowed to abide by the already established order of protocol so as to save time. But I would like to, on your behalf, thank especially the immediate past president of the International Bar Association, my friend Horatio Bernardes Neto, who just spoke. Indeed, he's a true lover of Nigeria, and he's a good friend of the Bar Association. I want to thank him for his goodwill message. He was with us in Nigeria in 2019 when we hosted the Bar Conference in Lagos, when he was still president of the IBA. To the organizers, I want to say a very big thank you for inviting me here today to give goodwill remarks. I'm much obliged, and the Nigeria Bar Association is truly grateful for this opportunity. And I want to especially thank the CIBN. I want to especially commend the CIBN. In the country that we live in today, to establish and maintain any institution or any undertaking for 21 years is really no mean feat, and I think the CIBN must be commended for this. Particularly when you consider that the constituency that are the immediate beneficiary of this undertaking, of this effort, are not exactly your direct constituency, even though I understand that it is in your enlightened self-interest to do that which you are doing. But all the same, it could have been very easy after 10 years to throw up your hands and say, we have done our bit. But 21 years and still going strong is worthy of commendation. And Mr. President, I really do commend you, and thank you very much. The only thing I have been asked to pass on a message to you, Mr. President, I must comment on. This morning I received from a lawyer, a lady, a female lawyer, and she sent me the flyer for this conference. I don't know if you got it too, Mr. President. And on the flyer, we had an array of men as speakers with only one woman. So this particular lawyer sent me a message saying that I must mention to you when I get here that this is totally unacceptable. And you received the message, sir? Aha. So this was a lady lawyer who said to me that the only reason she's going to permit me as her president to be on this podium is if I promise her that I will mention that it is a no-no to have a lineup that is so skewed gender-wise. And I am not only passing on the message, she does have a point. Although I noticed that there's an additional lady today, but that is still tokenism in today's world that we live in. So I'm sure it was not intended. I'm sure that going forward we will correct this. So I thought I should pass on the message, Mr. President. Thank you very much. My lords here present, you are also worthy of commendation. and I must commend you and I thank you for your abiding interest in this subject matter. And I know from experience that year on year, you are here as attentive participants. And I must thank my lords of the various courts here present. And I hope that this year will be no different. And I hope that the experience that you gain from this conference or this seminar will help to add value to your already very insightful judgments that you give from the bench. This seminar is critical. The subject matter is of very serious importance because banking relations, ladies and gentlemen, feature predominantly in all aspects of human endeavor. Banking relations underpin most of our commercial undertakings. And it is also expected that disputes will arise from these relations. So, subject matter expertise on the part of the lawyers, on the part of the judges, will go a long way in ensuring that we can have very qualitative interventions from the bench on these issues. Indeed, banking relations have changed, have been radically altered in today's world. Altered by technology, altered by recent developments. The president mentioned e-Naira. There is cryptocurrency. Indeed, only a couple of weeks ago, our telcos, MTN and Airtel, have been granted banking licenses. So the landscape is changing every day, and it's important that those who superintend the process of dispute resolution are also apace with developments in this sector. That is why this kind of seminar cannot be, the importance of this kind of seminar cannot be overemphasized. So I am hoping that looking through the program for this year's seminar, I see that topical issues have been brought to the fore. I'm hoping that this will be robustly canvassed and that my lords here present will be brought up to speed with all that is going on in the terrain or in that space today, so that when the disputes come before their courts, nobody will attempt to pull the wool over their eyes as far as banking relations today is concerned. On our part at the MBA, we also know that it's not only the judges who must be on top of things as far as banking relations is concerned. The lawyers must also come to the table with an appreciable level of subject matter expertise. We believe in specialization at the MBA. We do not believe in a jack-of-all-trade approach. So that is why we want to see lawyers who are specialized in banking and finance showing up on transactions and in disputes. Thankfully, many of our members are not only lawyers, they're also bankers. I must specifically mention my dear friend and big brother, Mazi Onegbu, who is here and wears two hats, my lords. He's a banker and he's a lawyer and continues to give both the MBA and the CIBN the benefit of his varying expertise. Thank you, Mazi, for your service to the bar. So, at the level of the MBA, we are ensuring that we deepen knowledge in this area. Because when the lawyers themselves are knowledgeable, the judges, it helps the judges and the justices because we are two peas in the same pod. And if the lawyers are knowledgeable in banking, the judges would have the benefit of their expertise also in arriving at their decisions. As you're already aware, we have our section on business law of the Nigerian Bar Association that has been up and running for well over 15 years. And through that section and our banking committee, we have been able to organize knowledge development sessions so that our lawyers continue to upskill in this area. Also, the NBA entered into an MOU with the Chartered Institute of Banking, the CIBN, in 2016. And that MOU became operational in 2017. And it is my own commitment that we will try and make sure that that particular MOU, we live up to its provisions, which includes organizing seminars like this regularly for judges and for lawyers to ensure that there's a better understanding of the sector and of the space. So I want to thank you again for inviting me here. I am looking forward to very engaging conversations and discussions on various subjects, various issues for the conference. But again, I must thank the CIBN for continuing to do this. And I want to encourage you to ensure that the Lord tarrying and giving us long life, we'll be here for the 30th, the 31st, the 32nd edition of this very important seminar. My lords, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Please, another applause for the President of the Nigerian Bar Association. Now, at this point, may I invite the keynote address from Mr. Fiele, CON, FCIB, Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria. Here inably represented by Mr. Sirajuddin Kufu Salam Halada, Director Legal Services of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please can you put your hands together to appreciate it.
May I first apologize for, one, the unavoidable absence of Mr. Godwin Ifeanyi Emefiele, Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, from this August occasion. As we may be aware, yesterday and today happened to be the meeting of the monetary policy, a crucial organ of the Central Bank of Nigeria. And actually, my late arrival, the governor was still thinking of how he would be able to extricate himself from that meeting and pop in, deliver this keynote address, and go back to that meeting. That is the so much importance attached to this occasion by the governor of Central Bank. Unfortunately, some other crucial issues came up. And maybe at the end of the day today, the MPC address will just be like the keynote address that you are about to hear this morning. I'm not promising, but just to tell you that crucial issues are being considered this morning by the MPC. My Lord, the Chief Justice of Nigeria and Chairman, Board of Governing Council, Nigeria Judicial Institute, Honorable Justice Ibrahim Tanko Muhammad, CFR FNJI, my lords here present, and I cannot but recognize the special table before me, that of the past presidents of CIBN, and of my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, I seek to stand on existing protocol. Good morning. This is my voice, but it is the thought of the Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. I am most delighted to join you all at this 21st National Seminar in the 21st century, and just a few days after the 21st day of November, 2021. You know, it's very unique. And as we must have heard from the president of CIBN, he is also the 21st president of the Institute. A round of applause for CIBN for choosing this moment. Almost coincidental, the figure 11th, which is the 11th month, can almost divide 22nd, which was a few hours ago. Very unique. Congratulations to the President and Council of Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and the National Judicial Institute for sustaining this commendable initiative that has over the years served as a veritable platform for milords, law enforcement agents, legal practitioners, financial institutions, bankers, and regulators to deliberate on the legal aspects of the challenges faced in the banking system. This year's theme is unique and apt for the times that we're in, which, as we all know, is technologically driven. And as we all know as well, technology is the application of science to solve problems, even though the jury is still out as to the correct definition of technologies. It is that thing that you know, you feel, you perceive, but you cannot, describe. I think this is not new in the legal profession. There are so many concepts when we're in school, in jurisprudence, that you struggle to define. And I'm sure we're still struggling as of today on some of them. Accordingly, the theme, strengthening the quality of judicial systems and banking operations through innovation, will serve as the leverage to mainstream the much-needed technologically-driven innovation to enhance the Nigerian judicial system and to make the Nigerian financial system more robust and competitive, keeping it abreast with global trends, as well as increased financial inclusion, which is very dear to Central Bank of Nigeria, convenience, service delivery, and reduce the cost of financial services in Nigeria. I therefore applaud the CIBN and the National Judicial Institute for the careful choice of this theme. At the risk of repeating what has been said by the president of the Institute, we cannot but discuss what we have come to realize as that thing, COVID-19 pandemic. It no doubt came with its harrowing experience, but nonetheless, it came with some gains in the technological world. We just listened and watched the past president of the IBA speak to us from far away from here. And I believe also, being a hybrid seminar, a lot of people are actually hooked on to this program from far away in this country and elsewhere. The pandemic came with some gains in the technological world. We all learned to embrace technology in order to work remotely or face a global shutdown in commerce and life in general. That never happened due to technology. In moving forward, we all must concede that technology has come to stay, and it will continue to experience exponential growth, even more rapidly than we envisage. Therefore, it is in the interest of us all to embrace and adapt to the technological developments early in order to give the Nigerian judiciary and the banking system the robustness, the competitiveness, and the edge needed to remain relevant, effective, and capable of meeting the needs of those we serve. To deliver optimally in our various sectors, banking and judiciary, I want to stress, we must apply ourselves to current technology. Else we deliver partially and place the various sectors at a disadvantage, which I know and trust that we do not want to be part of. The primary role of the judiciary, as assigned to it by the Constitution, is the interpretation of the law. While the judiciary has actually played its role well in this regard, innovation and technology has imposed the need for learning and relearning, as justice delivery is increasingly becoming automated. The speed and effectiveness of a country's judicial justice delivery system has been acknowledged to be a crucial factor in attracting foreign investment, either foreign direct investment or foreign portfolio investments, which are capable of improving accretion to the nation's external reserve, usable for the maintenance of the value of the domestic currency, the naira, hence the need to embrace innovation and technology by all. I must therefore commend my lords for holding recently that it was lawful to hold court proceedings virtually during the periods of lockdown. It is earthwarming to note that this has found its way to the newly published Court of Appeal Rules 2021. We look forward to more of such innovation-friendly approaches to justice delivery for the benefit of all. Thank you, my lords, for taking this great giant step. The entrance of financial technology, generally known as fintech, into banking system world over has made it overly essential for everyone to be abreast with what fintech brings on board. A judicial officer or law enforcement agent who is knowledgeable in relevant emerging innovation is at an advantage, no doubt, to apply these to his primary assignment, and is better placed than his colleague who is not. It is trite that you cannot give what you do not have. Ditto, you cannot investigate or adjudicate what you do not understand. The reality is that increasingly the courts will be called upon to adjudicate on complex, technologically driven transactions and relationships, as alluded to by my president, the NBA president, a while ago. As such, a wider understanding of the scope of the law and utilization of technological innovation by all will ultimately result in the delivery of better output. There is no doubt about this. The Central Bank of Nigeria as a regulator recognizes that technology is and will remain a part of our life. And if people are utilizing financial services in new and innovative way, it is incumbent upon them to adjust and accommodate this new technology. Consequently, the central bank is leveraging technology in its regulatory activities by employing regulatory technology, that's RegTech, establishing regulatory sandbox and building capacity in all areas such as innovation and law. A regulatory sandbox for our purpose is a formal process for firms to conduct live tests of new innovative products, services, delivery channels, or business models in a controlled environment with regulatory oversight, subject to appropriate conditions and safeguards. So we should not be too afraid that technology or innovation will come to rob us of our conventional lives. So the central bank is actually staying abreast, if not ahead of some of this innovation. We are putting together the best brains in the industry. We are poaching some of the ethical hackers around to work with us to stay ahead of innovation that may want to disrupt the system negatively. We welcome all disruptors, positive ones especially. So this is to enable that the CBN stays ahead of innovation while also premising a safe, reliable, and efficient payment systems for Nigerians in Nigeria and outside. Therefore, the recent introduction of the Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC, the second in the whole wide world, the e-Naira by the Central Bank of Nigeria is a response to the continuous evolution of technology and its benefit. The digital currency is built on the novel blockchain technology. And we also commend the CIBN that about 2 or 3 years ago, the theme of the seminar for judges was actually around blockchain technology. Thank you, CIBN, for seeing tomorrow, yesterday. The recently enacted Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act 2020 also brought changes to accommodate the new realities that we're faced with now. For instance, the definition of the business of other financial institutions was expanded under Section 58 of the Act to now include credit bureau, international money transfer services, mortgage refinance, mortgage guarantee, credit guarantee, financial holdco, and payment service providers, regardless, note this, of whether such businesses are conducted digitally, virtually, or electronically only. This is to bring these businesses under regulatory oversight of the bank, and also to make it easier for judges to be seized of jurisdiction to adjudicate. The expansion of banking and financial services business to digital platforms, as opposed to the conventional forms, that is the brick and mortar that Dr. Bayo Olugbemi started with in his A-days, or Mazi, Chiveson, and Prof. You know, the brick and mortar that we all are used to is about paving way for electronic platform. This has now made it more imperative for judges to be more tech-savvy to enhance the quality of justice delivery generally and specifically in the financial services sector. A demonstration of deep understanding of electronic or digital payment system by our judges will give comfort to foreign investors, knowing that there will be certainty in dispute resolution should the need arise. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, banking innovation and technology are new and technical areas. Consequently, I am optimistic that this seminar will afford all the opportunity to acquire relevant knowledge and be better for it. I wish you all a very engaging and interactive session as we proceed with this seminar. Thank you for your attention.
Please, another applause for the representative of the CBN Governor, Mr. Abdulsalam Alada, Director of Legal Services of the Central Bank. Next on the program is an address by my Lord, the Honorable Justice Salisu Garba Abdullahi, the Administrator of the National Judicial Institute, who will be wearing 2 caps this morning. He will also be here in representative capacity to my Lord, the Honorable Dr. Justice Ibrahim Tanko Muhammad, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, FNJI, the Honorable, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, and Chairman, Board of Governors of the National Judicial Institute. Please, can we put our hands together to welcome my Lord, Honorable Justice Salisu Abdullahi Garba, the Administrator, NJI.
My Lord, the Justices of the Court of Appeal here present, my Lord, the heads of various jurisdictions, heads of Court of various jurisdictions here present, my Lord, the High Court judges of various jurisdictions, my Lord, the representative of the CJ Federal High Court, the representative of the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Director of Legal Services of the CBN, Mr. Bernardus Neto, the first President of the National Bar Association, Mr. Olumide Apata, President of Nigerian Bar Association, Chairman, Economic and Financial Crime Commission, ably represented here, Mr. Bayo Olukumi, FCIB President and Chairman of the Council of CIBN, distinguished participants, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here on dual capacity as representative of my Lord the CJN, and so also the administrator of the National Judicial Institute. And I first read my own personal address. It is for me an honor to welcome our distinguished participants and guests to the opening ceremony of 2021 National Seminar on Banking and Iron Matters for Judges, organized by the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria in collaboration with the National Judicial Institute. It is aimed at positioning judges to deal with complex contemporary financial disputes and develop core competence in banking matters. My Lord, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this seminar is indeed relevant in the light of the recent developments in the banking sector and recent amendment of Welfare Act 2020, among many others. As we are all aware, the financial services sector is dynamic, and as such, judges are encouraged to be in tune with the current and emerging practices in the sector. The need, therefore, to continually avail judges with information on recent development cannot be overemphasized. My Lord, the theme of this seminar, strengthening the quality of judicial system and banking operation through innovation, is tailored to address the pertinent innovation introduced in financial services sector and geared towards improving the banking system as well as exploring the judicial response to banking operations. It is common knowledge that the judiciary is an indispensable partner in ensuring stability of financial system in this country. The judiciary, as an important stakeholder, plays a critical role in ensuring and entrenching sustainable solutions to daunting legal challenges, especially as it affects the financial service sector. As such, this seminar provides a platform to engage stakeholders in banking sector towards successful implementation of recent reforms introduced by the regulators in accordance with the rules of law. It is my conviction that this seminar will serve as an avenue to enlighten distinguished participants on recent innovation in banking sector. Most of participants will be enlightened on the challenges arising from dispute involving depositors' funds and sundry banking transactions. My Lord, we cannot shy away from the fact that there are numerous challenges facing the financial services sector, among which are the interplay between financial technology and traditional banking, as we know it, and the complexities of this interface and their attendant consequences, which need the attention of all stakeholders to be addressed. Going forward, in sustaining public confidence in judiciary, judges must be embedded with a sense of seniority in addition to having the necessary knowledge and skill to ensure efficient and timely disposition of cases, which in turn nurture a conducive environment for business and investment to thrive. Permit me at this point to express my appreciation to the Honorable the Chief Justice of Nigeria and Chairman Board of Governors of the National Judicial Institute, Honorable Justice Ibrahim Tanko Muhammad, CFR, FNJI, for graciously approving this seminar and for his support for all activities of the Institute. I wish also to extend my gratitude to the President and Chairman of the Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Mr. Bayo Olubemi, FCIB, for sustaining this collaboration with the National Judicial Institute and for successfully organizing this seminar. I also express my profound gratitude to the chairman of session and resource person who have been carefully choosing to share their wealth of experience and knowledge with us. In round up my address, I must not fail to urge our distinguished participants to pay rapt attention, contribute meaningfully, and participate actively at this seminar. My Lord, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor to, on behalf of my Lord, Honorable Justice Ibrahim Tanko Muhammad, CFR, who is unavoidably absent because of another official engagement earlier scheduled, declare the 2021 National Seminar on Banking and Allied Matters for Judges open. I wish you all fruitful and rewarding deliberation, and thank you for listening.
Please, another warm applause for my Lord, the Honorable Administrator, and indeed the host for this particular program. With the kind permission of my Lord, the Honorable Administrator of the National Judicial Institute, may I invite Dr. Sheyawu Jobi, FCIB, Registrar, Chief Executive, CIBN, to present the vote of thanks. Please, can you put our hands together to appreciate Mr. Ojobi?
My Lord, the President and Chairman of Council, ladies and gentlemen, let me first start from a note of apologies. It's very, very painful, but not intended that we advertise this conference with only one woman in the theme of the faculty. I am saying this not only because we got a message through the president of MBA. But since yesterday morning, I've been receiving a lot of calls, messages, and I reviewed to realize the fact that it was not intentional. The NJI and CIBN are very strong advocates of the SDG goals, and indeed, particularly the women empowerment and initiatives. All of us, thank you, my Lord. The Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria has a full arm, the Association of Professional Women Bankers, and is as strong as CIBN itself. And I'm sure that, my lords, the president of CIBN, you will realize that and agree with me that this was not just deliberate. Let me, however, state clearly that we will adjust even in the course of this program. We have started adjusting it. If it was only one woman advertised right on this high table, we have increased the number to 2 with high-level women of substance. I think they deserve a round of applause. Having said this, it is my singular honor and privilege to say a very big thank you, not only to human beings, but to God Almighty. I want to say that I have been part of the 21 editions from inception. And I'm so happy when we have cause to still continue, despite the COVID-19 that bedeviled everywhere. And in 2020, we needed to do a completely virtual session. This particular national seminar did not stop at all. And I think I'd like to say, give a round of applause to everyone here, to the judiciary and the banking sector. The challenge of COVID has made us to be able to grow beyond our boundaries. So we are transcending the horizon. And today we are having a hybrid session. People are online, my lords are online, their faculty members, even the international community. It shows that in every challenge, there's always an opportunity to do better. Thank you for being there. So I'd like to, on behalf of the entire banking industry and the judiciary, say a big thank you to the Chief Justice of Nigeria, who, to the best of my knowledge, is the first time in 21 years of not being present at this seminar. Every Chief Justice of the Federation had always attended this. And because of what is going on now, I know that this is just unavoidable for the Chief Justice to be here. Please give a round of applause for the Chief Justice in absentia. Of course, it is my honor to also say thank you to the administrator of NJI. By my count, I started with Honorable Justice Okpeagbe, and now I can begin to count. Just a few weeks ago, we visited the current NJI, and 2 weeks later, we got an invitation to come and be part of the Judges Conference, the Biennial Judges Conference, which took place here last week, I think on Monday. We are very happy, sir. The Honorable Justice Salisu Garba Abdullahi, the administrator, that the flag you received, you are keeping it flying at full mast. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to say thank you to the president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. What a coincidence. 21st president, and is sitting as the president that is organizing this again, the 21st edition. And this will be his last one for this seminar. Thank you so much, Dr. Bayo Olugbemi. To the governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, I was worried, but it later occurred to me that one of the most important assignments, just like the Chief Justice of the Federation is doing today, is what the governor is doing. Monetary Policy Committee meeting is his main assignment, really. So when my dear brother rector mentioned it, was when it occurred to me that truly that's the reason. No deputy governor will escape it because it's a major economic decision to be taken. So on behalf of the governor, want to thank Mr. Kufo Alada for representing the governor very well. Thank you so much for being here. To our international community, we want to thank, and I think he's still there, the immediate past president of the International Bar Association, Mr. Horacio Bernardes Neto. Thank you very much. To the NBA president, I think you have charged and challenged us. The MOU we signed, we want to go deeper than we are currently. We'll take it further. That MOU came through one of the past presidents that is here, and I'm sure he's very happy to see that we are working on it. But we really want to go deeper than we are now. Mr. Olumide Akpatan, SAN, thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. The Honorable Justice, the Honorable Minister of Justice is not here personally, but I can also tell you, and with a confirmation, that he is currently in another national assignment. I can also say ahead that probably before the end of this seminar, the Honorable Justice might walk in to really show his solidarity. In absentia, please let's appreciate him. It's my pleasure to see our mother once again. She has been as constant as the Northern Star in this seminar. When I saw him this morning, you know when you put on mask nowadays, you need to move closer and sometimes ask somebody to pull down the mask so that you will know who the person is. But I could recognize her very well, and I was very happy. And I came in to find out that she's representing the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Honorable Justice Binta Nyako. Thank you so much for being here. I am waiting, my Lord, as usual, to pick those words of wisdom as you normally give us when we are either in the syndicate group or when we go for lunch. I enjoy them and I use them very well. Thank you so much. I also would like to appreciate, my Lord, the member of the board of NJI, also the Chief Justice of Osun State, Honorable Justice Oyebola Ojo. Thank you so much, man, for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to state that this program will stay forever and is going to be bigger. For those who have made it possible, we have some of them in our midst, those who initiated it and ensure that it will continue. So in no particular order, I'd like to thank Mazi Osike Unebu, the past president of CIBN. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Deakin Barrister Segun Ajibola, FCIB, thank you so much for being here. Oloye Eson Ogunleye, past registrar of CIBN, thank you so much for being here. And of course, I'd like to also thank the second vice president, Professor Barrister Olanrewaju, thank you so much. The national treasurer of CIBN, Mr. Dele Alabi, thank you so much for making it possible. My appreciation goes to the entire Bankers Committee, still chaired by the CBN governor and all the MDs of banks, the body of bank CEOs, for believing in this and financing this wholeheartedly. Thank you so much. The managing director of NDIC, thank you so much. And I'd like to thank the EFCC chairman, ably represented by the secretary of the commission, I missed the name, Dr. George. Thank you so much for being here. You have been a part of the financial services industry very well, especially the capital market. And we know that you continue to do what you know to do best. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the beginning of a new era. We have come out of COVID, we have escaped COVID, and we need to work stronger. Technology is driving more, but please let us be very careful. Let's take the necessary precautions. The Lord will be with all of us. Thank you so much for being part of this, and God bless you.
Thank you. Please can we put our hands together to appreciate Dr. Sheye Awijobi for that very comprehensive vote of thanks. Joining us in the seminar hall is Mr. Sesson Shobowale, the General Counsel, Union Bank, Chairman, Association of Banks, Legal Advisors, and Company Secretaries, and is indeed the Chairman, Planning Committee of the 21st Banking Seminar, this present seminar, the Chairman of the Planning Committee. Mr. Shobowale, thank you very much for being with us this morning. Just before we draw a curtain on the activities of the opening ceremony, I have one or two announcements regarding the group photograph. The group photograph will be at the front of the Aloma Miriam Mukhtar Banquet Hall, while the tea break will be right inside the banquet hall immediately after the group photograph. So I hope the ushers will take note of this particular announcement and make sure our distinguished participants are well directed to the appropriate place. At this point, and with the kind privilege of my Lord, the Honorable Administrator, may I invite my Lord, Honorable Justice Abdullah Bayero, Justice of the Court of Appeal, to give us the closing prayer. My Lord, sir. Please can I put your hands together for my Lord?
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وبارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت وباركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. Oh Allah, we thank you for joining masses. We thank you for our loved ones. We thank you for all the days of our lives. Oh Allah, as we gather here, we pray that we go back to our various divisions intellectually equipped so that we dispense justice to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. Allahumma hadina fi man hadait, وعافنا فيمن عافيت وتولنا فيمن توليت وبارك لنا فيما أعطيت وقنا واصرف عنا شر ما قضيت إنك تقضي ولا يقضى عليك إنه لا يذل من واليت ولا يعز من عاديت تباركت ربنا وتعاليت ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم وصل اللهم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه الأخيار وسلم تسليما كثيرا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you very much, my Lord. Please, another warm applause for my Lord. Without further ado, can we have the rendition of the national anthem?
thought you called me.
Is it showing now? Sorry.
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. So it's only the screen that can show.
Your picture will be shown by the side, sir.
Okay. Do I need to activate that, or I don't need to do anything?
No, you don't need to do that. Once you put on your video, we are going to see it as well.
Okay, you'll be the one to put it on?
No, your video, sir. Once you put on your video, we will be able to see your image.
Okay.
Okay.
And you now?
I can see your picture now, and also your screen, the screen, what you are projecting.
Oh, that's super. Okay, I will be ready.
Okay, sir.
So I'll just leave it this way.
Or when it is about 5 minutes or 2 minutes to.
Okay. So I can go off now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome, sir.
The Lord's distinguished delegates, Force National for Judges and for just heard. So there is need for us to reason why we are here. It is for us to discuss the solution can make our operations in and judiciary for us. Session, we'll be having 5 sessions for this. And we are cautious of the fact that for us to have time within ourselves, so unlike we always stretch it to around 6, 7, but this time around flexible that we are going to enjoy ourselves, have enough robust discussion at the. So for this first session, it is on the topic security and the courts, safeguarding the judiciary process. This topic is key and to the new norms we are having that has brought about the pandemic. And to share this session, but the Honorable Justice Kasim Alugba, Chief Judge of Lagos State, currently just landed from Lagos, but in the interim, he will be ably represented by Honorable Justice Binta Inyaku, Federal High Court, Abuja Division. If so much that he's going to do perfect justice. So please join me to welcome to the table. Please let's give her a applause till she gets to the high table. Let's appreciate her once again. Thank you so much. Our guest is virtually, and is no other person but the technologically driven of a bank. That's the MD and CEO of EcoBank Nigeria, Mr. Patrick Akinwuson, FCI. Technical team, please let's spotlight Mr. Patrick Akinwuson. You are most welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
You are muted, sir. Patrick.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. You are most welcome to this seminar.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Panelists to discuss the topic to be the paper to be delivered by the guest speaker, and we have in Sambo, the Held Cybercrime EFCC. You are most welcome, sir. Please let's appreciate him. I'm sure by EFCC it has some connotations, whether negative or positive. At this conference, we are here to share from his thoughts and what is expected from the Commission. Joining us virtually as panelists is Mr. Abdulhakeem Ajijola, Chair, Nigerian National Cybersecurity Policy Strategy 2021, a committee at the presidency. Justice Ma, my job is done at this very time. I would like to hand over the mic to moderate the session.
Good afternoon, dear participants. I do not know, actually, the feat big enough to step into the shoes of the CJ of Lagos State. But I feel highly honored that he has called upon me to stand in arrives. So I'm only standing in here. As soon as the CJ Lagos arrives, please, you will see. It means my job has been done. I thank the CJ of Lagos State for giving me this honor to chair this session. Now, this session, as you can all see, deals with cybercrime. I note that there is only one after the keynote speaker. We may still get the second panelist, but cybercrime is involving kind of crime that we, particularly in the Federal High Court, we are now dealing with. This topic is very, very important to us. We now understand more the concept, so that when these offenses are charged before, so that your mind is working what it is that they are talking about. I don't want, as I've said, I'm only standing. So I will just allow the guest, Patrick Akinwuta, his main paper, and they will come back to the discussion. Mr. Patrick, I don't want to murder your second name, so please stay with the Patrick. So please, the floor is.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would just like to take confirmation if I'm speaking clearly to all, and if you can see my screen now. Okay, can you see my screen? If the MC can confirm. And can
yes, sir, we can see your screen, sir. We can see your screen, sir.
Can you hear me very well also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start. Good afternoon. First, the Honorable Dr. Justice Ibrahim Tanko Muhammad, Chief Justice of Nigeria and Chairman, Board of Governors, National Judicial Institute, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, ably represented by Director of Legal Service, Mr. Akufo Alada, our hosts, the President, Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Dr. Bayo Olugbemi, FCIB, and the Honorable Justice Salisu Garba Abdullahi, Administrator, National Judicial Institute. All office holders of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, eminent my lords here present, eminent distinguished guests that are here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me congratulate the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria on this 21st seminar, together with the National Judicial Institute. This is the second time I've been privileged to address this honorable house, and I consider it a rare privilege. I am leveraging technology today, perhaps to emphasize the fact that technology is here to stay. The last time I was physically in the hallowed chambers there. So I would like to go straight to the presentation, knowing that it is a discussion session, and I'm privileged to work under the guidance of our able chair and my co-panelists, particularly the representative of the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, who is also the head of the Cybercrime Division. Very pleased to be here. Quickly, what I'm going to try to do is to bring us into the world of payments and electronic financial transactions and talk us through what the common types of fraud has been in the country, what is the universal types of cyber attack that is known in the technology industry, what have we been doing as a country, evolution of cyber legislation, zero in a bit on the Cybercrime Act, and then talk about thoughts about safeguarding the judicial system from the potential impacts of cybercrime, and conclude with the reality that technology is here to stay. And we'll see the family of technology, edutech, fintech, agrotech, and we're in legal tech also here today. So what is the universe of what we're talking about? Growing digital transformation, particularly across Africa. And about 38% of Africans are online currently in an active manner. And the impact, the negative impact of cybercrime on the GDP of Africa was estimated to be about 10% last year. This is Interpol African Cyber Threat Assessment Report of 2021. And that business email as a point of compromise was most recorded in Nigeria, and it's about 50% of activities in the cybercrime space using business email to try to do damage. And 80% of organizations in Nigeria that are online experience one form of cybersecurity incident or the other. So this is a very topical issue, and I congratulate our hosts for bringing this up. The fact of the matter is that over 90% of African businesses currently are deemed to be operating without necessary cybersecurity protocols. So it is a journey for a lot of us. I think the CIBN is calling me. This is digital. Let me just try to take the message. Yes. Oh, okay. You have power outage out there, so you can't hear me.
Oh, you've been talking. I just let you know. It's been up to like 5 minutes now.
Okay. So where did I lose you, or where did you lose me?
It was the point where you just started.
So
That's you were just about starting when you were.
okay. So will you tell me when there is power now?
Exactly. I'll call you, sir.
Okay.
We are trying to fix it.
I'm ready. I'm on standby.
About that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, for those that are watching me globally, I understand there is in the hall where the presentation is being held physically. I understand there is a power outage and that is being fixed. Please stay tuned because I know that there are people logged on digitally and on YouTube and on digital platforms globally. Please stay tuned as we bring in our colleagues that are attending physically from Abuja. Thank you.
That's okay, ma. Is Mr. Patrick on?
Yes, I am on. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, thank you so much. We are very sorry we had a power outage here, and we are back to business. So I will hand over the mic to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Clearly, we are not deterred by power outage. So I would like also to join to welcome the Honorable Justice Kazim Alugba, the Chief Judge of Lagos State. It looks like the prayer of the acting chair has been answered. She wanted to be sure that you'll be here for the session, so you are most welcome. And so I would like to continue the presentation. First, I was sharing that this is indeed a forward-looking session talking about cybersecurity and the court, safeguarding the banking and the judicial processes. And I was going through my outline, which I hope you can see on the screen now. Can the MC please confirm that? Can you see the outline on the screen?
Confirm, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I would bring us into the world of digital payments, leveraging technology. What has been the experience from a cybercrime or fraud perspective in Nigeria? What are the top types of cyber attack known globally? What has been the evolution of legislation to give us a conducive operating environment in Nigeria? Zero in a bit on the Cybercrime Act, and then get back to talking about my thoughts on safeguarding the judicial system from the potential threats of cybercrime, and end with the fact that it is a world of technology. So we know about fintech, there's edutech, there's health tech, there's agri-tech, and we're in the realm of legal tech this afternoon. So I would go on to give us an overview. In Africa, about 38% of our citizens are active online currently. Cybercrime negatively impacted GDP of Africa by about 10%. This is statistics from Interpol African Cyber Threat Assessment Report of 2021. And the use of business email has been that which has been under most threat. About 83% of compromised threat. I mean, it doesn't mean a fraud was really committed, but the opportunity for compromise was tried mostly in Nigeria, naturally, because we are the powerhouse of the economy of Africa, and that accounted for about 83% of such threats. And 80% of organizations in Nigeria generally were assessed to have been exposed to cybersecurity incidents. But the fact of the matter is that about 90% of African businesses are deemed to be operating without adequate cybersecurity protocols in place. And that is why it is key, the subject matter of today, as we seek to lead the continent and rightfully has been identified by the host of the conference. And so what has payments and technology, what has been the trend? You can see the massive growth cresting between 2012, where there were about 17 trillion naira worth of electronic payments, to over 750 trillion naira worth of electronic payment transactions going on within the economy. NIBS, our Nigeria Interbank settlement system, has been at the forefront, led by the central bank. BVN has been a revolution for biometric identification in the banking industry. We, as an institution, EcoBank, we've always been innovative in the payment space, and the regulators have also done everything possible to lower the barriers of entry, reducing costs of transactions to as low as possible. And the cashless policy itself has fully taken off and ensured that there is better democratization of access to financial services, which a lot of people call financial inclusion. And in 2021, NIBS introduced the Nigeria QR. Quick response is that image you scan and you're able to make your payment. It's very cheap, and all the banks are working with NIBS in the rollout of that. And very groundbreaking, just this October into November, Nigeria blazed the trail again, first country in Africa, and second globally to launch a central bank digital currency, e-Naira. So where do we rank as a country? And why is this critical? Why is this space critical in collaboration with the judicial system? Nigeria is ranked 6th in real-time payments volumes in the whole world. We clearly lead Africa, so you will not see, you do not see any other African country on this list. India is up there, followed by China, South Korea, Thailand, UK, and you would see, interestingly, that we beat the United States, Canada, and various other leading economies on these statistics. So we are actually a global powerhouse in real-time electronic payments, leveraging technology for payments within our financial system. Kudos to our regulators, the central bank, kudos to the federal government, kudos to every banking institution or financial institution, and kudos to both the legal system that makes this work, and of course, the leader and formator of our profession, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. And so what's cybersecurity? It's essentially, simply put, a body of rules, tools, policies, security concepts, security safeguards, guidelines, risk management approaches, actions, not just what is written, what you do, training, best practices, and assurance technologies adopted to protect the cyber environment and organization, and of course, the user's assets. So cybersecurity is very critical, and it's appreciated that we're doing what we're doing today. So what does it entail? It's important to secure the user's assets, connections through computing devices, the knowledge base of the people, the infrastructure in use, the applications, the software, the services, all the various service providers, the totality of information that is transmitted or stored in the cyber environment. So once you're leveraging technology, you do expose yourself to cyber risks. In other words, cybersecurity is the body established for the protection of activities in the cyberspace. And deriving from that, cybercrime relates to series of organized crime attacking both the cyberspace, the cyber users' assets, and cybersecurity. And why is it critical for us? National security, topmost, as we see in developed economies, cyber warfare. If you can imagine that the water system of a country or the airspace of a country can be taken over under a cyber attack, then you can imagine what that means. Where trains are run electronically, where medical facilities, educational facilities, name it. So this is a topmost item in national security. Protection of online, private, and public information. That's absolutely critical. A lot of us store both personal and official information either by the way we communicate or deliberately save them on our various gadgets. Promotion of public confidence in relation to online transactions. That's absolutely critical. And in the last assessment, over 109 million Nigerians are active on the internet space. So this is top-notch item. Common causes of cyber fraud that we have noticed in the environment: social engineering, which is where someone who purports to be known to you tries to engage you digitally, either by WhatsApp chat, email chat, SMS message, just to draw you in and collect vital information to be able to do damage, either hack your account or even take over your identity. Where financial transactions are done without what we call two-factor authentication. Two-factor authentication is essentially a process where you know something as the user of information, and there's something that you do not know. So you may know your own password, you may know your own date of birth, you may know your mother's date of birth, and the system asks you to put that, and then the system generates some other algorithm. We normally refer most of it to one-time password that is also sent to you through a registered channel, and you need to bring the two together, or some institutions will ask questions. So there are questions that you have recorded the answers. You need those two combinations. It's like the way we used to do manual lock. So you have those who keep the combination. So that's digital protection that is called two-factor authentication. Where that is lacking, about 19% of fraud thrived. Card or phone theft, about 13%. Fake assistance, people masquerading. PIN compromise, you decide to use your date of birth as your PIN, and people know that, all the people around you know that you love your date of birth, then it's easy to compromise your PIN. Robbery, where people actually hold you at gunpoint and ask you to actually do the transaction or to give access to the information. Missing, lost card, and these are the body of types of cyber fraud that we've seen in the financial system. What are the types of cyber attacks? Social engineering attacks, I did mention social engineering. Password cracking attacks. So there are people who specialize in trying to look at you and say, okay, what's the first alphabet of your son's name? What's your pattern of use of alphanumeric data? What is most prevalent in that area? And they store all that to develop, using artificial intelligence, ability to try out what is likely to be your password. Then you have malware attacks, where malicious software is sent to you, and if you click on it, it takes over your device and begins to send information, privileged information to those trying to do damage. Denial of service attack is essentially where taking over your infrastructure and shutting you out. It's like if you're in your house and you step out of the house and your security personnel decides that you can't come in. You really can't come in. The gate is locked from inside. And that is possible in the cyber world. Man-in-the-middle attack is where, for instance, you go to a hotel, you see a public Wi-Fi access, you decide to use it without due security protocols. Somebody can begin to eavesdrop or gather information while you are transmitting, copying the same information or gathering information. So that can also be used to launch attacks. So what have been the regulatory responses to cyber threats? In the financial system, the central bank has been very forward-looking. So we have a risk-based cybersecurity framework and guidelines, which has 6 constituent parts. covering cyber threat intelligence and metrics, cyber security governance and oversight, cyber security risk management systems, the monitoring and reporting of cyber, whether successful or not, cyber resilience assessment. So if you get hit, how do you recover, and how do you maintain continuity of business, and the operational resilience. So it involves both national infrastructure. So the financial system also leverages on a common national platform, whilst each of the various banks also have their various resilience infrastructure. In terms of legislation and regulation, the country and the judicial system and the legislative process has also done very well. We have the Criminal Code, 1990. We have the EFCC Act, 2004. We have the Money Laundering Prohibition Act of 2011. Then there's the Cybercrime Prohibition Prevention Act of 2015 and the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation of 2019. The fact is that we do have a body of laws and regulations guiding us on this journey, and they need to be updated regularly given the developments in the economy. And so, zeroing a bit more on the Cybercrime Act, which covers electronic signature, the Advisory Council, National Cybersecurity Fund, data retention by service providers, critical national information infrastructure. It also really criminalizes certain acts. If you engage in attacking critical national information infrastructure, it's really a very serious crime. Unauthorized access to computers is theft, and is theft of a high order. Willful misdirection of electronic messages, unlawful communication interceptions, cyber terrorism, cyber stalking, and various other items. So the Cybercrime Act has come in at the right time, and I'll be talking a bit more on the enforcement mechanism that provides. From a policy standpoint, from the operating agencies, and from the judiciary. That is all set up in the Cybercrime Act. And I know that I'm speaking before my lords here, so they are much more versed in this than I am. And so why are courts subject of attack? I mean, why? We know that our legal system, our judicial system, our court processes are having to implement increased automation. We observed some of the sad outcomes of the SARS event last year, where physical infrastructure and in some cases records of judiciary were vandalized. And so there's a lot of value in automation of court processes and storage of vital information leveraging on technology. But that also exposes the judiciary and the court processes to threat of cyber attack. Some would seek to gain valuable information. Some will try to sell such information in what we call the dark web for use by criminals. And some of that information is used to blackmail people because information deposed to or provided in our courts are critical information, and they represent the truth in most cases, and therefore such vital information is sought after by criminals that operate in the dark web. They would also try, some try to tamper with the evidence. So you've stored certain information and somebody wants to replace it so that the next time you open that information, what you actually see is not what you stored. And so tampering with evidence, which really can create significant disruption in court or the judicial system. These are some of the big reasons why the judicial system is increasingly coming under the lens from people trying to do damage from cybercrime. And they may try ransomware, denial of service. You can imagine preparing to deliver judgment and then you cannot access the information. Or in fact, as we're approaching elections, everybody beyond the electoral bodies, the judicial system is critical in everyday life of the country. So denial of service and data breach, these are risks that the industry needs to take every step to protect in order to enhance security, system security, to reduce financial loss, to improve work culture and internal processes, of course, reputation and brand protection, regulatory and legal compliance, and of course, deepen public confidence. These are critical factors that does apply within the legal system. And I keep emphasizing Nigeria is in every way the leading light, both for Africa and what we know as the Commonwealth. And therefore, we are challenged to stay at the top end of best practice. We've risen up to it, but it's a constant evolution. And I think that's what the panel will be discussing further. There are some behaviors that unknowingly is like setting oneself up for vulnerability. So lack of transparency. So an institution or an office is aware that certain critical safeguards are not in place. And because we may be tempted to look good from an assessment, we fail to reveal what we need to do to put in the necessary safeguards. Cultural disconnect. Is this for the young people? Is this for the more experienced people? Or is this new way of life? It's not about culture. The reality here is that once you leverage technology, these are realities that need to be dealt with. Throwing money at the problem. So it's not about the amount of budget, it's about the effectiveness. Poor risk appetite statements. So risk appetite is more of a culture that people tend to respect. So if you give your password to another officer in the judiciary and you say, okay, you can also access, I have the privileged password. That creates a wrong culture because once people can share passwords, for instance, or people eavesdrop, so you're trying to put in your password and somebody is standing just over your shoulder, we need to inculcate the right culture. Relying on the chief information security officer as the defender means that the tone at the top has not yet embraced full ownership. The leader of any of the units is the chief information security officer. Never mind who is designated professionally to do that job, because the culture, the attention, the focus, the compliance all comes from that level of leadership and ensures that there is no broken accountability. And of course, the society. The judicial system does not operate in a vacuum. As more people are security conscious in the cyberspace, that also enforces and strengthens cybersecurity within our court system. And so just some thoughts on key steps. It's important that we actually adopt the National Data Protection Standards, ISO standards, at every level, whether the customary court level, high court level, at federal courts level, appeal, up to the Supreme Court, up to the Commission. These standards ensure that the whole system itself gets to be stronger, because Any weak link compromises the entire network. There's need to strengthen IT infrastructure, and IT infrastructure is not just about physical infrastructure. Actually, people capital, training, regular training, and regular test of the effectiveness of our cybersecurity controls should be the norm. There's need for regular backup of data and the use of safer environments. So, for instance, people talk of storing their data in the cloud. I would recommend a private cloud for our judicial system. I do know that the CISOs in the Justice Department would have said that out. But it's important that data is backed up and disaster recovery is commonly tested. The capital development is vital for enforcement of cyber laws, or capacity development, I mean. And all judicial officers are encouraged to even Google and just read about these various incidents. We saw the major pipeline company in the US being denied access to being able to pump crude oil for use by the economy. And we saw what happened immediately to crude oil prices, and that the CEO of that entity ended up having to pay ransom and said he did it in the larger interest of national security. Well, that debate is on. Access control mechanisms need to be in place. There's both physical access and there's logical access in terms of gaining access to confidential information. So rounding up, Nigeria is the economic and tech powerhouse of Africa. And I wanted to just show very quickly. So we have logistics tech, we have property tech, we can call prop tech, health tech, transport tech, fintech, agri-tech, edu-tech, and I put there, we should have legal tech and promote that actively. That is also an area of economic development that we should lead Africa and the Commonwealth in. I did put some of the fintech unicorns. These are entities that are valued at over $1 billion that have come out of Nigeria. And there is more to come. And I think that should also happen as we lead in legal tech in Africa. I'd like to stop here and come back to the chairman. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share these thoughts regarding the subject matter of the day, cybersecurity and the courts safeguarding the banking and the judicial processes. Once again, merci beaucoup à tous. Thank you very much.
Let me use this opportunity to thank the paper presenter for that erudite and realistic presentation on the position of cybersecurity with respect to the judicial system. He has really hit the nail where it should be done. And I thank him once again, and I think he deserves another round of applause. I do not want to eat into our time, so to speak, but it's only proper, according to judicial ethics, to apologize for coming in late. I want to say that I came in late de facto, but didn't come in late de jure. Because the session had not started when I came in. And I was praying that the speaker did not go on when there was power outage. Otherwise, it would have made me to have to go back on that. I would have proved that I came in also de jure. So I apologize once again, please.
Okay.
Now, we will go to the speakers who will also share their thoughts on the subject with us. I think the first speaker is Mr. Bauer. Okay. I understand there's only one now, so he has ample time to be able to share his own thoughts with us as well. Mr. Bauer, the chairman of the EFCC, is ably represented by my brother on the left-hand side, and he will also do justice to the topic from his own experience as well. So you are most welcome. Can you let us have your thoughts? Thank you.
If I can get this fan off because it's making a lot of noise. Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to stand on the already established protocol. First of all, I would like to thank the presenter for an excellent paper. It covered all the areas that are included in the topic under discussion. He mentioned a lot relating to issues relating to cybersecurity and as well the banking sector itself. And then what it relates to the Nigerian courts. I will limit my contribution to my experience or our experience relating to handling Nigerian cyber criminals, particularly in relation to the topic under discussion. The Nigerian cyber criminal landscape has evolved over time. Previously, the young men that commit this crime don't have much computing skill. But today, we do arrest young men with degree in computer science that are into this type of crimes. One of the biggest challenges is that, for us, is that the spate of cybercrime is on the increase, despite our best effort to combat it. This year, the Commission, I think, has recorded over 1,500 convictions, most of them relating to cybercrime. But if you look at the society itself, the rate at which these young men and women are perpetrating this act is seriously alarming. I was in Lagos 2 weeks ago, and the hotel I stayed, the young men in the vicinity, it told me a lot about the challenge that is ahead of us. Now, if you look at the report that was released by NIPS relating to fraud in the financial sector in 2020, the picture is grim. You find that there is an increase in about 186% in the attempt to commit fraud on financial services by Nigerian youth. About 91% of these attempts actually succeeded, leading to loss in money. And 56% of this attempt was made using social engineering. So social engineering does not require you to have high technical skill in order to get the credentials that one needs to compromise the login of one's mobile banking app or other financial data. The presenter mentioned that BEC, which is called Business Email Compromise, is constitute about 83% of the challenges that they have encountered. Now, Nigerian cyber criminals, when profiled in 2018 by Agari Systems, it was discovered that 9 out of 10 of the BEC syndicates are out of Nigeria. According to the report by FBI in 2020, BEC constituted a loss of about $1.8 billion. So, and most of the criminals that we arrest, we see that as their level of sophistication grows, they tend to move to this business email compromise because that is what brings in the highest return in terms of gain to the cyber criminals. So a lot of the young men that we have that are into this act are aspiring to acquire enough skills to perpetrate this type of criminal acts. when we arrest these criminals, some of the rationale, some of the reasons they gave as to why they are into these criminal activities relates to peer influence. Have their friends that are into this type of act all over the place. So they want to run with the guys that drive the best cars, the best girls in town, hence they tend to go into these acts. There was a TV program that I watched some time ago in which it was related that the father of a young man bought a laptop and handed over to him and told him that this thing that your friends are doing to make money, get into it. And when we arrest these criminals and we find them with a lot of assets, most of the assets are registered in the name of their parents, cars in the name of their moms, houses, land in the name of their parents. So you think there is an issue relating to the decay in moral fabric in the society that enables a lot of young men to perpetrate this type of act. There is this perception that we have that you can make, if you make money by any means, I mean, the end justifies the means. So as long as you make money through any means, that is okay. So, when you look at fraud in the banking sector, one of the biggest threats comes from the insiders, the staff that work with the banks, particularly the contract staff. There is the issue of greed on terms of, from the side of the staff of the bank, and there is the issue of high risk relating to the contract staff that they employ, particularly those in the IT. There is a case that we handled in which an attempt was made to move 6 billion naira from the account of a certain bank. And it was the contract staff of the bank working with the IT section that took the criminals and gave them access directly to the back end on a Saturday. So that poses a serious threat to the bank. There is a case that we dealt with in which the sum of 1.8 billion naira was removed from the bank account of a late Nigerian. There was a collusion with a staff of the bank. She was the one that entered a different telephone number for the receipt of alert, which enabled the criminals to move the money without raising any suspicion. So, when the presenter gave his timeline of the legislation, starting from the Criminal Code to the Money Laundering Act to the Cybercrime Act 2015, he did not mention the issue of ACJA, Administration of Criminal Act 2015, because that is the act that governs the activities of law enforcement when they go out in the field. Most of the effort that we make to combat cybercrime deals with gathering intelligence on the cybercrime, the cyber criminals, and then we go out of our way to execute some form of physical enforcement action. So our activities are governed by this ACJA to ensure that it is in line with the national legislation and the international best practice. So I think it's important that the issue of ACJA should be included. As law enforcement, despite our best effort, there are a lot of challenges in combating cybercrime. One of the biggest challenges is the knowledge gap that we have. The criminals are growing sophisticated, and they have the ability to talk to each other seamlessly, whereas one law enforcement talking to another law enforcement, it's a whole convoluted process. So the issue, they can easily share knowledge, we can't share knowledge easily. They can easily build competence, and it's challenging for us to build competence. And a lot of people that are in the field to combat cybercrime tend to lack the drive, because no particular training can give you all the knowledge or edge that you need to fight this kind of act. So you on your own have to take it upon yourself to build competence. To combat these kind of crimes, you need tools, because the evidence is not out there. You have to have a means through which you can get it in a safe way that can be tendered before a court of law. So the forensic equipment that are needed are expensive. And then there is the issue of renewal of their licenses each year, and that constitutes a challenge to law enforcement. Part of the provision of the Cybercrime Prevention Act 2015 is the establishment of a fund to help in fighting cybercrime. The Office of the National Security Advisor has tried, I think it has organized some trainings, but to be honest, I think a lot needs to be done on that side to ensure that that fund is utilized to build competence in law enforcement and to ensure that there is a lot of public awareness on the part of the victims so that they don't fall victim, and on the part of the youth. A lot of the youth are educated between secondary school to university, ages of 15 to 35 years. So there is a need for us to engage them so as to show them the ill of this act, and that entails spending a lot of money, going to the schools, running programs on TV, engaging them in the social media to ensure that they understand that these acts are criminal. Secondly, their perception is that there is no victim because they don't get to see the victim. Because they are hidden behind the computer and keyboard, they don't see the suffering and misery that is caused to the victim. So for that purpose too, I think the fund should be made available to ensure that the training takes place. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much. You have spoken from the angle of an investigator, and you have really also presented the realities on ground to us graphically. So once again, another round of applause for our brother. Well, I understand that the second speaker is not present, so that affords us the opportunity of having many more of our brothers and sisters ask questions and also give us their own perspective of the subject. So I don't know whether the key speaker will be available to answer questions if raised by the participants. All right. I understand the panelists are there.
Yes, Chairman, we're here.
All right. Thank you very much. I think that's Dr. Jijola also. All right. You're most welcome. So,
thank you very much, sir.
I don't know whether you also want to, within probably 3 minutes, speak on this subject before we start taking questions and probably observations. So if you want to do so, please, you are invited. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let me just touch on a few things. I did have a slide presentation, but I think 3 minutes is not enough to do justice to that. But let me just raise a few points.
Maybe 5 minutes then.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, sir. Let us proceed. First and foremost, I believe that okay. We are no longer securing computers. We're actually securing society.
Not able to master it yet.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Hello? Mr. Moderator?
Hello?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, great. So we're no longer securing computers, we're actually securing society. And the cybersecurity, the scope of cybersecurity is very broad. And in this instance, certainly issues surrounding technology and law, cybercrime, cyber warfare, infrastructure, even geoeconomics, and digital economy, and many of these issues come to the fore. Now, having said that, seeing the screen is not moving as well as it should, the cyber threat space is quite significant. While at the cybercrime point, we do look at issues relating to scams, as some of the previous speakers have mentioned, but we also look at issues relating to threats to our value chain, threats to physical systems, social engineering, and certainly malicious content. Now, part of the challenge that we face across the continent is that there is a misperception that cybersecurity is not an African problem to solve. And this is compounded by the lack of awareness. We are a bit inconsistent in our approach. And certainly there is insufficient consensus on issues related to cyber norms and cyber crime. And getting into what we have to understand, cybersecurity in of itself is a risk management and therefore arguably an economic proposition. Cyber war is more about disrupting the activities of your opponents. And a key takeaway here is that it is asymmetric. Cybercrime, on the other hand, is really conduct prohibited by law with a prescribed punishment. And this is where certainly our judiciary has a preeminent place. But also we do need to look at issues relating to national security, which former President Obasanjo had defined as the aggregation of all cybersecurity or all security interests. Now, coming back to issues that would be of interest directly to the judiciary, we have to understand that cyber criminals operate at the speed of light, while law enforcement, unfortunately, operates at the speed of law. And so there is a natural mismatch, and that is why we do need our judiciary to be much more proactive, but more importantly, we need our judiciary to be more activist-oriented. Now, one of the areas that does cause confusion are issues relating to cyber terrorism, and we usually conflate these issues. But for something to be regarded as an act of terrorism, we do have to look at what the target is, the impact, the method of action, the domain, the tools of attack, and certainly the motivation, which now begs the question, is a cyber malfeasance by a known terrorist an act of terrorism? Another area of interest is that the world is defining new laws of war. Very specifically, there's a book called the Tallinn Manual. I think it's now in either 2.0 or 3.0 version. But a critical aspect of this book are the 95 rules in terms of international law as applicable to cyber warfare. And clearly, this is something the judiciary needs to take note of, especially the concept of jus ad bellum, the right to war. At what point does a nation state legally have the right to go to war, especially in the cyber realm? Moving on as quickly as I can, the good news is that cybersecurity and cybercrime do present opportunities and challenges. And by this, I mean opportunities to create solutions. When we have a headache, we take an analgesic, and there is a whole value chain behind the analgesic. And so that means that people are profiting from your headache, not by giving you more headaches, but by helping you to take the headache away. The cybersecurity ecosystem, the solutions ecosystem in Africa in 2020 was valued at $2.32 billion US. And within the next 10 years, it's looking at expanding to 15 to 30 billion. So as a nation, we do need to ask ourselves what percentage of this market can be ours? Can we make it an opportunity for job creation, an opportunity for wealth generation? And as a byproduct, can government generate taxes? Another challenge, and this is global, ISC Square did a study in 2020 and noted that there is a 3.12 million deficit of expertise. So as Africans, we do need to look at how we can overproduce empowered knowledge workers who will be mainly our youth. So rather than our youth dying and crossing the desert or dying crossing the Mediterranean or coming to Europe and working as a permanent underclass, if they are sufficiently empowered, not only will they be welcomed here, they will be able to generate the remittances, but also come back to Africa with relationships. Now, very quickly, in 2020, the president did articulate the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy. I happen to chair that initiative. We have basically eight key pillars, and we identified 13 critical national infrastructure sectors. And again, these are areas that the judiciary will need to come up to speed on because they are going to adjudicate on the special issues that will arise from this. We also have, move forward quickly, basically what these pillars are, and certainly the pillars are, there are institutional things. One of the key areas is strengthening the legal and regulatory frameworks. I'm trying to move forward as fast as I can. So what you see on the screen now is the ecosystem architecture with the president, commander-in-chief at the center, advised by the National Security Advisor. But if you look in the top left-hand corner, you will see that under the public sector, the judiciary is a very, very key component. And to the right, you will see the financial institutions are also understandably a key component of this. Now, I would like our colleagues in the audience to really appreciate that we are, each and every one of you are the first line of defense. And just for the sake of focus, look at your passwords. Passwords are like underwear. Please endeavor to change them often. Please don't share your passwords with friends. Of course, they should be mysterious, no saggy pants. The longer, the better. And certainly, like your underwear, please don't leave them lying around. Now, one of the questions we need to ask ourselves is, how many of us have used artificial intelligence systems? And while many of you might offhand say not many, the truth of the matter is that quite a few of us do. And when you look at instances such as our smartphones, we just simply use them in portrait mode to take pictures. There's an AI component. We are now seeing drones coming into the scheme of things. We're seeing video games, social media, YouTube, Spotify. Anybody who used maps today to come to this conference, or even financial services, certainly is using artificial intelligence. So AI systems are not on the horizon, they are here already. Global norms are being developed. The UN is certainly leading this charge. The UN has basically determined that international law applies to state behavior in cyberspace during peacetime. And this is important for the judiciary to appreciate. 11 norms have been developed and agreed on. Now we have to understand that norms are inherently soft laws. They are voluntary, but as we've seen in space, we've seen in the maritime, we've seen with biotechnology, these norms over time become hard international law. And so we do need a generation of tech-savvy cyber diplomats from Africa so that we are credibly at the table. I'd also want to mention women in IT security. No society, no culture is going anywhere without 50% of its population are women. And certainly in Africa, we also do not leverage another 47%, which are our youth. So I would certainly encourage us to encourage our wives, sisters, daughters, nieces, and so on, to look at this area. And one of the beauties of cybersecurity is that even in culturally sensitive environments, because our daughters can work from home, certainly it's something we can look at. Certainly for Africa to go anywhere, we have to solve our own problems. But I would want to touch on a couple of issues. First and foremost, we have to appreciate that artificial intelligence in particular is being used across the world to analyze defendants, to analyze judgments and to help judges in making sentencing decisions. There are some products such as correctional offender management, profiling, alternative sanctions tools. We've also seen other challenges. In 2020, that is 20th of February 2020, magistrate courts in the province of Sabah in Malaysia started using artificial intelligence to assist judges in deciding appropriate sentences for certain criminal offenses, particularly in the area of drugs and related offenses. We also know that the US has been very welcoming of AI in terms of states like New Jersey, California, in fact, the city of Los Angeles. They are now using artificial intelligence systems. And so I think it is imperative that our judges appreciate that these things are here. And so if you are just a run-of-the-mill provider of judgment, so to speak, well, at some point you may not really be needed because the AI systems can do it faster, they can do it more accurately, and they can do it without bias. Now, having said that, in Europe, not many countries have adopted AI systems in sentencing, and that's because of the limitations of the European Union General Data Protection Regulation, because the residents do have a right not to be subject to decisions based solely on automated processing. So understandably, the use of AI in criminal justice is leading to worries about bias, and these are legitimate worries and do need to be looked into and clarified. But if I may quickly conclude, cyberspace is complex and is continuously evolving. There needs to be continuous capacity building for new threats, and particularly for law enforcement and judiciary. I would advocate that there is need for much more judicial activism based on empirical evidence and insight, because it is that human insight that actually makes sure that you are relevant in this age of artificial intelligence, because we have not gotten AI to the point where it is creative or able to set precedents. The human being is still much better at this. We also need to make sure that we come up with smart legislation to empower agencies to keep up, and certainly to keep ahead of cyber criminals. And certainly the judiciary as a whole needs to keep itself updated on global norms and international laws as they apply to cyberspace. So, Woyi, thank you very much. I really appreciate you giving me the time to make this quick intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajijola. I think we'll all agree that he would have done a lot better if he had time on his hands. But time is a wasting asset, which we must always manage all the time. So once again, we thank you for that erudite presentation. So
thank you, sir.
In the absence of any other keynote speaker, I think we can now go to the participants for questions and observations. And I guess Dr. Ajijola and the key speaker will be available to probably answer some of these questions.
I will try, sir, but I'm actually in The Hague and my next meeting actually is just starting. So I'll stay for another 5 minutes, but then I do have to run away with due respect. My apologies.
I extended your 5 minutes, so you may please add another 5 minutes for us.
Noted, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, I don't know if any of my lords from the Supreme Court bench is there. And if not, we may quickly go to my lords from the Court of Appeal, who may have any questions or observations to raise. A minute so that we can take as many as possible in order to enrich our knowledge on the topic. Any of my lords from the Court of Appeal? All right. I've seen a number of heads of courts here. My lords, heads of courts who are present, the topic discussed will affect your lordships. It affects myself as the head of court in Lagos, and I will also quickly chip in my experience in 1 or 2 minutes. But let me give preference to my lords, the heads of courts who are here. I can see the beautiful lady from Oshun, along with other bevy of beauties there. Any questions or observations? My lord, on the high table.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my lord.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon once again. I just have a comment because the paper presenter and the two discussants actually raised issues of innovations in the courts. No matter what the judge wants to do, if the prosecutors do not do a good job, there is very little that the judge can do. No matter the knowledge of the judge on cyber effects, if you don't present the case properly, there is nothing that the court can innovate upon, because you cannot go fishing for information. the information has to be presented before the court. So my take here is that as ready as the courts are, I know I was at a workshop, I think last week or the week before, where they disclosed that on this cybercrime issue, Lagos State had done so many hundreds of cases in 1 month. And I can assure you that the Federal High Court also has done almost as many number of cases in 1 month. I can tell you that alone in my court, in the last 1 month, I have done more than 15. But all of them are plea bargain. They are not going into the crux of the matter. If you are not going into if you have settled it at your level, it's good. We are not telling you not to do that, because it's also part of administration of justice. It is allowed by the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. It is allowed by the EFCC Act. We don't have any problem with plea bargain. But when it comes to cases that need to be prosecuted, especially a lot of these bank frauds, where you need to bring evidence, the investigation is very shoddy. And there is very little that the judge can do. Even if you can see through everything that is being presented before you, if they don't tie the investigation to the crime before the court, there is nothing the court can do. So why I commend the organizers of this seminar for judges, I want to also commend to them that they need to do similar seminars for prosecutors and investigators. This is my take on the matter.
Thank you very much, my Lord. That's a very key observation. Well, any of my lords again, any question or observation? My lords, those of us who are not heads of court like myself, it's now our turn. So please take advantage of this opportunity and raise issues and questions or make observations. So, yes, yes, please, my lords, any question, any observation? All right, let me, in my own right as a participant now, also make an input. The much we have been told today underscores the necessity for the judiciary to be properly funded. ICT is not a cheap thing to obtain or to maintain and continue. Our experience in Lagos has shown that for the court to be able to properly utilize information and computer technology in running the system, a lot of money is needed. And each time you cannot be talking, maybe because of our size in Lagos, you cannot be talking of less than billions of naira. So in essence, it needs commitment from government, particularly the executive, to commit a lot of funding to the judiciary so that necessary infrastructure can be put in place, which has been underscored by one of the presenters. Necessary infrastructure and also personnel development. Judges too will have to be developed in the area of knowledge of IT skills, because even when prosecutors come before you, if you cannot understand what they are saying, you are not able to fully appreciate the points being made and then properly adjudicate on the matter. One other thing that I appreciate has been presented to us is storage of our information. You will all remember what happened during the NSAS period, particularly to my own jurisdiction. We were completely razed down. Completely, I would say, razed down. But the only saving factor is the fact that from 2013, all cases filed in Lagos State have been put on the cloud. All processes and information on cases filed in Lagos State have been put on the cloud. So immediately after the incident and resumption of courts, then the problem started staring us in the face. How do we get our records? But for the fact that we had 2013 upward cases on the cloud, information on them on the cloud, we will have been totally wrecked. And you can imagine what that will cost a lot of cases which have been pattered, some which were nearing judgment delivery, all the information all gone. But notwithstanding, the side effects were still there. And I really want to commend that to my brothers, the heads of courts here. We need to press our governments to give us much more money to develop ICT in our courts. The Lagos State government is trying, but it's never enough. So we would have to commend government and employ them to do better in providing necessary training and in provision of infrastructure. And one point that was made again, permit me, I don't know whether there's any of these ICT people here. I call them kidnappers, quote and unquote, in the sense that when they develop apps for you, you are tied to the apron strings. You are held by the jugular. I'm talking from experience in Lagos. With respect to training, I won't let that out. But that's my experience. And that's one fear that we always exercise. Because when they develop apps for you, then instead of you being the owner of that app, they will tell you you are the owner. But they are the ones who will determine how you can use it or even access it. If when they bring on reasonable terms into your contract with them, you refuse to go on, they know how to tap in and disrupt the system. That is one major challenge that we need to find a solution to. Mention was also made of the use of private cloud. That is my own takeaway from this session. I want to go and look into that and see how really the private cloud can be, because it is still an ICT person who will have to be engaged to do it for you. But that's a problem that I think we all should look into carefully. And that underscores the necessity for very strong ICT departments in our judiciaries, so that our information, I think by classification, every court's record is an official secret. Many people do not know that, and so we do not appreciate why every single paper in that case file matters a lot, which had again be underscored. They are there for posterity. They may be used for other purposes outside the litigations in which they were presented. And they have authenticity. Because when you take certified true copies of court records, everybody goes to rest that, oh no, I have the correct and true record with me. So there are so many other such advantages and merits of court records that it is imperative that we take every possible effort to guide them and protect them for our use and also for posterity. I don't want to take too much time. I thank you, my lords. All right. Yes, my lord.
My name is Abdullahi Muhammad Liman, Judge of the Federal High Court, Kano Division. I'm afraid I came late, but I met I caught the presentation midway, and I have a few takeaways in the form of comments. I read a book, Cyber Criminals on Trial, and that book seems to address many of the points, the presenter made. But in addition, it also provokes a lot of questions concerning whether the Nigerian judiciary is actually properly placed to deal with the emerging, technological challenges as far as cybercrime is concerned. When you look at the computer, cyber criminals use computer as instruments They also use software applications as tools, and they use network as platform. And these three create an infinite variety of which criminal activities can be carried out by cyber criminals. And there is no doubt that from the rock of victims, the bank and commercial concerns, and then the law enforcement agencies are the main targets of cyber criminals. So when cases arising from cybercrime arise, the duty of the court is not only to deal with the, to try the cyber crimes cases only, but also to apply the technology necessary for, to enable the court conduct judicial analysis, of the case. And this brings me back to the first remark I made, which is whether the judiciary is really is primed to address all these issues. I agree part of the problems is the financing, the funding of the judiciary. But the greater part of the problem is the attitude. It's basically attitudinal. There is a judge in the Circuit Court of the United States of America who decided to take a leave of 6 months to study information technology for him to come back and deal with cases that were, coming in floodgates to his own court. And he has become one of the best judges who has written so many books on information technology. And I think this is some of the attitudes we need to cultivate as judges. We need to go out of our way to read, to understand, to master, in their forensic and basic or elementary levels, the issues of information technology. Otherwise, the judiciary is going to face a lot of problems in the next few years to come. The world is moving. And if you want to move on with the world, you have to keep running. If you are standing in one place, the world will move and leave you behind. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, my Lord. I guess the CJ Kano is here. I will second your Lordship's application for such leave. Thank you very much. But the point is well taken. You're actually very correct and apposite on the issue raised. I think time.
DG of NIDA is here. DG of NIDA.
All right.
So for the follow, you can channel that DIDA can come in.
All right. Well, may I call on the president of the institute for his.
Judge of Lagos State. Just in response to the comment made by Justice Binta Nyako as regards training. I'm not making a promise, but we will see what we can do between CIBN and NJI. Of course, it may not be physical, more of virtual ones. We will see what we can do in the next few months. Like I said, it's not a promise, but we'll try our best. But of course, it's beneficial to all of us. So we will discuss with CBN, with the NJI, and ourselves, and we'll see what we can come up with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. But I know that banks keep to their promissory notes. So we are sure that you are going to do something. And that will be most welcome. Thank you. I think time up for this session. It's a very interesting session by virtue of the topical issue discussed, but time will not permit us to continue because other sessions will come after. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the paper presenters and the panelists for the erudite contributions they have made, and all the participants also for your participation and rapt attention throughout the course of the session. I thank you, my lords, and I declare this session closed. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Let me call on the president and office holders to have a good photograph with our resource persons. Thereafter, we move to the next session. While the photograph is taking place, I would like to move to the session 2, which is the final session for today. Thereafter, in the evening, we go for the dinner at Ritz Continental. Everyone is highly invited. We have made so much provision, and we expect you to grace the occasion with us. So the second session is on contemporary legal issues in electronic commerce in Nigeria. And to share this session is the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's Dr. Isa Pantami. He's highly represented by an able person, which is the DG and CEO of National Information Technology Development Agency, in person of Mr. Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi. Please let us appreciate him and welcome him to the item. The chair for this session is Mr. Koye Edu, the managing partner, Jackson Eti and Edu, who is also ably represented by Mr. Kunle Shoyimbo, Co-Ed Financial Services, Jackson Eti and Edu. You are most welcome, sir. Eti and Edu. So, is the guest speaker at this session. And we have two panelists to deliberate on the topic, contemporary legal issues in electronic commerce in Nigeria. One is here with us and the other one will be joining us virtually. Please join me to welcome Dr. Akinwumi Akiniyi, Assistant Director, Central Bank of Nigeria. You are most welcome, sir. And joining us virtually is Mr. Remi Afon, the President, Cybersecurity Expert Association of Nigeria. Mr. Chairman, sir. Please, can we spotlight Mr. Remi Afon? Good day, sir.
It's great to be in your midst. Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome, sir. How is London today?
Yeah, not too bad. Good weather.
Thank you so much. So we're expecting Dr. Akinwumi Akiniyi. You will join us.
Good afternoon.
So let me hand over the session to the chairman. That's Mr. Kashifu Abdullahi, DGCO, National Information Technology Development Agency. So the speaker is expected to speak for 20 to 30 minutes, while the panelists will discuss on the paper and also they share their thoughts for 5 minutes each. Then the delegate will pose their question on observation for the next 15 minutes.
My lords, distinguished guests, permit me to stand on the existing protocol, please. The Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, had a plan to be here in person. But due to the other urgent national assignment, he asked me to represent him. The theme for our session is exciting, contemporary issues in electronic commerce in Nigeria. Why is it exciting? Because of the time we live. We live in a time of increasingly capable systems. What I mean by increasingly capable systems, we have systems doing what human beings supposed to do. Before now, what differentiates us from other animals and machines was human can think and make decisions. But today, we have systems that can make decisions like the way we do. But how do they do it? They use data. We have systems using artificial intelligence. We have systems even controlling us. Most of us today, we check social media to buy things. And when you go to social media, you will see some adverts popping to you. That means the system are telling you what to buy. The system are telling you what to see. And the system are telling you what to believe. This is changing the way we live and the way we interact together. Therefore, we need to look beyond just technology because these codings are having powers. These powers can be used against or for social justice, criminal justice, and so on. Therefore, we need to be designing these systems with legal minds. We have systems even trying to replace the job we do. By 2025, China is planning to start using artificial intelligence, big data, and other technology for court cases or legal system. That means this system is threatening your profession because it can do better than you can. They are more capable in terms of processing data. Most of the legal work is to check documents, to check what law says, and so on before you make decisions. Today we have systems that can do better than human beings. So what do we need to do? We need to leverage on these systems. Then secondly, we live in a world which is increasingly integrated with technology, which is very difficult now to separate between our online life and offline life. We can all remember what happened during EndSARS. It started online and moved to the street. And today we have this big tech influencing our election. We've seen in the US, we've seen in the British and other places. Also, we live in a world that is highly quantified. Everything we do is captured, processed, and stored. Who controls it? They are all controlled by this big tech. So the big questions of today is, to what extent this big tech should govern our lives. Because before, most of the question is what can be controlled by the government, civil society, and business. But today, technology is taking over everything. And e-commerce is at the core, because when we talk about all this, it's about electronic transactions and other things. So we need to, this session is aimed at looking at what are the contemporary issues. What do we need to do to address this? Are we going to leave this big tech to automate the way we live? Who's supposed to police the web? Is it the big tech or is it the government? So we need to look at all this and find a better way we can progress. So as a chairman, I think my work basically is to introduce the theme and also invite the guest speaker to deliver his lecture and the discussant to contribute before we take questions from you. So at this juncture, I would like to invite the guest speaker, which is represented by Mr. Kunle, to deliver his keynote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So good afternoon, my lords. Good afternoon to the President and members of Council of the CIBN, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Also permit me to stand on existing protocols. I would also appreciate if the IT media team can help me to put up the slides so that I can read through it. Okay, excellent. So we're discussing contemporary legal issues in electronic commerce in Nigeria today. And like the chairman said, a lot of things are happening on the technological platforms, and they're acquiring very big power to change things. The American election in 2016 had a lot to do with technology in terms of how some quarters believed that the election was swung towards the advantage of the Republican Party. So a lot is happening within that space, and it's important to also look at what is going on within the e-commerce space, and how our courts and judges can help, in developing the body of laws across this e-commerce. Next slide, please. So like it's clear, the chairman said it, that things are happening. Now, businesses are moving, communicating and trading to customers to the online space. And a lot more activity is going on there. And this is shown by some research and reports that have been released in recent times. So there's this Nigeria Country Commercial Guide released by the United States that indicated that e-commerce spending in Nigeria in 2018 was estimated to be at about $12 billion. Now it's been projected to be about $75 billion in 2025. Now, they also feel that, at least as at 2018, the Nigerian middle class had the power to spend as much as, or a minimum number of $28 billion for e-commerce, trade related matters online. So this is showing us that a lot of trade today is moving into the online and e-commerce space. And that means that a lot of the disputes, a lot of the issues that will give rise to disputes that will be brought to court would also arise from the e-commerce space. So this space is growing gradually, and there's so much activity that is going on there. Next slide, please. Now, if we look at what is driving this, if we cast our mind back to the early 90s, when we had Microsoft, Yahoo, and other IT companies springing up across the Silicon Valley in the US, IT became very critical and important. So before we used to have desktop computers, it was the 90s that we began to have laptop computers. We now later began to have iPads, and things like that. So technology was a way. Growth of ICT was one of the things that drove the growth of e-commerce historically. Then we now have globalization. Globalization came because people felt that you could look beyond borders to sell and trade. Now, or at that time, countries, developed countries, started looking for cheaper countries to produce their goods and sell and make more profit. So that was also a trigger to show that the world became more a global village. National boundaries became less important. Then with the advent of mobile phone penetration across the world and in recent time in Africa, we realized that we could reach people who are in the villages. And that has also been helped to increase e-commerce activities. Now in Nigeria and Africa generally, in recent time there's been so much growth in the middle class. So that increased the power to spend. And with the power to spend and convenience that comes with e-commerce, there's a lot more going on within e-commerce and trade. Then finally is our growing population. We have a young population in Nigeria and Africa across. So we have people who would be earning good income for the next 30, 40 years. And their income will be growing over that period. So that income is increasing. They love convenience, and it's creating opportunity for the e-commerce space to grow and develop. Next slide, please. Now, like the chairman said, this thing comes with a lot of benefits as well as some disadvantages. Now, for businesses, it's an opportunity for them to do a 24/7 business. When they are sleeping, the online platforms are working and businesses have been transacting and they are making money. It also has helped to reduce cost of business. And also, like the chairman said, a lot of the things that human beings could do, these IT platforms are doing it even better because they don't have to rest like we have to rest. So there's a cost reduction in business. Then it's giving people a platform to reach people that they cannot reach. Sell to people who are in China, in Ghana, in Rwanda, and across board. I know a lot of people who buy things from Alibaba, which is an e-commerce platform in China, and is received here in Nigeria. People buy things from Amazon. So there's that global reach, not only for the developed countries, but also for developing countries also, to be able to sell and reach more people that typically they won't have to reach, or they don't have to import and go through the challenges of import and export. Now it's convenient because you can sit on your desktop, on your laptop, on your phone, and make those trades. Now it comes with a lot of challenges because again there could be damage to products, in transit. Those private information can be intercepted. There's a lot of fraud on the internet, and people's servers, in different businesses, even government organizations, are being hacked, and critical information are being taken advantage of. So it's important that we develop the body of laws around here, and I'm very convinced that judges also are critical in this respect. And why? Is because it's a fast-moving space. The law most likely will not catch up immediately, but because judges do not only interpret the law, but also make law and provide interpretation to existing body of laws, they are able to expand their reach to provide meaning and interpretation to disputes that come out from these e-commerce platforms. Next slide, please. So in terms of business models, there are about two critical business models. There's the business-to-business model, and there's a business-to-customer model, which is more prevalent here in Nigeria. So the business-to-business occurs where two organizations are trading. Business-to-customer is when an organization trades with consumers, individuals. There are also consumer-to-business opportunities. They are more in developed countries, and consumer-to-consumer. But because this space is growing widely and fast, before we know it, the consumer-to-business model will begin to show up in Nigeria, and consumer-to-consumer because of the convenience that is required to transact and do business. Next slide, please. So generally, this happens since trade is moving to this platform. Like I said earlier, a couple of issues will be arising that will come to court. So it's important that we have that body of law and framework to govern it. In Nigeria, there was really no particular framework to cover a lot of the e-commerce transactions that were going on. But in the last 5 years, a lot has happened. And the law is still catching up to ensure that transactions are having oversight and are being regulated, and the right things are going on within the e-commerce space. So I will look at e-commerce transaction from like 4 or 5 different aspects. So there's a commercial aspect whereby we have our contract law in operation, we have sales of goods acts, price control, and other provisions, other legislations that are available within the country. There are payment and settlement aspects of e-commerce, because once someone chooses a particular, let's say, product online, he pays online, and there's a process in which the payment is done and the transaction is settled between the financial institution and the merchant who is selling those products. So from the consumer to the financial institution and to the merchant. So there are laws that have been put in place, and that includes what we had on the screen. Can we have this slide back? So there are a couple of CBN guidelines that have come up. The CBN guideline on operation of electronic payment channels in Nigeria, regulation on direct debit schemes, guidelines on point of sales, and the likes. So there are also cybersecurity provisions that have legal framework. Before we didn't have, but now we have quite a bit. The Cybersecurity Act, risk-based cybersecurity framework and guidelines, Advanced Fraud, Money Laundering Act, and the likes. There's also the leg of competition and consumer protection, whereby it is ensured that people are not cheated when they transact online, as well as people do not exercise undue market power when they exercise online. If we look in Europe and in America, platforms like Google, Amazon, have been sanctioned severally based on how they become dominant in those countries, right? So it's important also that we watch the way people dominate that space in terms of trade. Then there are data protection and privacy requirements, because a lot of information that are private, confidential, are being transacted or moving through those platforms. Recently, NITSDA, thanks to our chairman here, they did sanction a couple of online electronic loan companies who, because people transacting on their platform, they had access to phone contacts of their customers, right? When the customers could not pay them back, they went after their contacts within the phone, which is an outright breach of data protection requirements, right? So now we are having framework whereby people can be protected. You are sure that if you transact on these platforms, even if your confidential information are available on those platforms, there are laws that protect you from them to use it, and they cannot use those information without your consent. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in terms of key regulatory agencies, we have the Central Bank, NITSDA, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Agency, Nigeria Telecommunications Commission, SCUMO, because SCUMO does a number of reporting. People report to SCUMO in terms of transactions that are done online. So in terms of e-commerce, right, I will call it trading of goods and services over electronic systems, such as the internet and computer networks. So as this space is growing, right, I also see that, if you can go back to the other slide, that the regulatory framework or coverage is not just limited to this. Because e-commerce around trading of goods and services, that entire space is growing so much that it's going to every area of goods and service production. So now we have fintech, because people buy financial services online. We have health tech, because people are able to buy medical and health services online. We have insurtech, because people are also able to buy insurance products online. People are now talking about ad tech in developed countries, that's advertising tech, edu tech for education, agri tech. So that space is widening up, right? And it just shows us that in the next 2-3 decades, most transactions will be done online. And the requirement for people to meet one-on-one, at best, they probably just go on Zoom or MS Teams to talk, transact, they close the deal, and things move on. But there has to be laws that will govern what happens when those transactions are being done. Next slide. So in terms of legal issues in e-commerce in Nigeria, next slide. I see courts, like I said, they are playing a very critical role. Not just the legislature, but courts also. Why? Because even the legislature will be unable to catch up at some point. And issues may come to court that require decision and resolution, right? So in the words of Justice Bingham in Edelstein and Schuler and Co., where he said that the common law has in the hands of judges the same facility as the law merchants for adapting itself to changing needs of the general public. Principles do not alter, but old rules of applying them change, and new rules spring into existence. So we need some dynamism around the issues that are going to come up in future. We need some dynamism. And our judges have proven to be dynamic over the years, right? And one area where this would have to be done more is in the area of e-commerce, because a lot of trade is moving there. And no doubt there will be disputes that will arise from those issues. Maybe the low-value disputes will not come to court. They may go to police and to be resolved. But the high value, as more transaction has been done, the high value one will come to court and will require resolution. So in terms of form of contract, so if you look at mediums of contract, it's usually internet or the email, the most common. So people can send emails, they make an offer and they accept, and there's a contract. So in terms of categories of e-contracts, there are like 3 types. One is the web wrap agreements, which are web-based agreements which require the answer of the party by way of clicking I agree. So many times you go online, you see an e-contract come up and you can't even go forward unless you agree. So a contract is being established on that one. So those are types. There's one that they call browse wrap. This one comes up whereby the terms of use, if you get on that website, you see there are terms of use at a particular point of the website. You would have to read through, right? Once you get on that website, you are bound by the terms of use, whatever the terms are. So it's important for those things to be read. So if those things come to court, those terms will be one of the things that will form the basis of an establishment of contract. Then there's one that is called shrink wrap, which happens when you probably have to download an application. Then when you download that application and you install it, you accept the terms. The terms are accepted by the contracting parties. So the challenge is, when do we say a contract has arisen? So these issues, the same contractual principles will apply. Offer, acceptance, consideration, but depending on the nature of the transaction, we have to determine whether an offer has been made, whether it's a unilateral contract, a contract to the entire world, and whoever probably comes to accept, or anybody who catches on that thing will be the person who has accepted the contract. So it's going to be a dynamic space whereby we have to really analyze and look into the issues and the nature of the website and the things that have come up to show that the contract has been made. Next slide, please. Another issue is around admissibility of computer-generated evidence. So this is one of the areas where there have been significant development of law. And we can see that before 2011, when the new Evidence Act was enacted, computer-generated evidence was inadmissible before the court. And for several reasons. Number one, the documents are not originals. So at best, they will be considered as hearsay evidence, which is not as admissible in court. The other issue is that some of those documents, because things can be easily modified or altered on the computer platform, we are not clear how the documents have been altered, and so they cannot be considered to be the original of the document, right? And communications between parties, when downloaded, is also not considered as an original because the original is online. What you have to do is to download a copy, and at that point in time, they were all inadmissible. So Section 2 of the Evidence Act spoke around what constitutes documents that could be admissible in court and which computer-generated evidence didn't fall into. It included books, maps, plans, and things like that. But during that period, it generated quite a lot of issues. But we saw two approaches. There was a conservative approach by which some judges or courts felt that we had to follow the letter of the law. And if it was not the original document, it was inadmissible. And that is shown in the case of UBA, and I'm sorry, I can't see the screen very well from here. So there were issues around that. But even at that time, we realized that some judges had a liberal and developmental approach to issues because they realized that business was at risk, right? And people's resources were also at risk. So some had a different approach to dealing with some of these issues. So in the case of Ogononye and Ogononye, there was a decision to admit a computer printout bank statement of an account. And the court said that the issue as to admissibility of computer-generated evidence has been a subject of controversy for quite some time now in Nigeria. And presently, the legislature is working on appropriate amendments to accommodate such evidence. As it stands today, computer printouts of bank statements can be admitted in evidence. So there were other things said in that matter, but the idea was that the courts could not forget the developmental issues that were happening within the society and had to take an approach whereby some of the documents that were considered not admissible could become admissible within the provisions of the case law as well as the statutes. Next slide. But by 2011, the Evidence Act was enacted, and it had a very wide scope for documents, which included things that were generated by computers. And with that, it laid to bed the issue of whether computer-generated evidence was admissible or not, right? But what I also see is that there will be new things that will happen in terms of technology, because technology disrupts every sector of any economy. So there will be more disruptions that will come
sanction them. So another thing is fraud, which I've mentioned. I've mentioned some things around fraud. Cybersecurity is a big issue, which was recently just discussed in the last session. So there are a lot of things that go wrong within this space that we need to continually develop the body of our laws so that we can deal with them as they come. And I strongly believe that when our laws fall short and these things come to court, that our judges who do not just only interpret the law, but make laws that are binding, are able to because it's a space that causes a lot of disruption and it's changed. Because you realize that it will be difficult to articulate over a or that one has not embraced, or that one has not invited. So it's important that I embrace information technology. Today, it's a moving train. You can only be left behind, and we have to get about it. So it's important. In recent time, or last year, during the exercise, a lot of records were wanted records, and a lot of records are gone. If these records were available online and they were backed up, we will always be able to access them. Today, a lot of regulatory bodies are adopting online platforms to submit reports, returns, and the likes, and they are working. Because they themselves are tired of bundles of documents and files that people bring to them. At times, you go to court today and we see all kinds of documents and files in court, right? Arrangement for contracting we have on those platforms. What happened? And in the case of fraud, they can tell you when the fraud has occurred and similar things. And the final training, I need the training, we all need the training. Training ourselves, training lawyers, training court staff, just so that we can understand these issues and we can be able to resolve whatever other issues that come up with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kunle, for the wonderful presentation. Very insightful, and we've got a lot from it. For me, the major tech what let's try to hack the law or to strengthen. They are always having challenges. Just recently, so what we need to do is We can't be bringing new laws every day, but how can we accommodate the tech inside our existing laws as we update and come up with new regulations and new law? Thank you for recognizing the Nigerian data protection. Recently at the Court of Appeal, the judgment was, since there is no law, subsidiary legislation can stand as a law, and you use the NDPR to make judgments. We need to do more in that, because I think mostly the challenge is we need to understand the world we are today. For example, if you look at how we spend our life, maybe 70% of our life depends on this technology. For example, for me, mostly I use my mobile phone to set alarm to wake up in the morning. That's the first thing I check in the morning. I use it to do my prayers, to recite my prayers. I use it to do my bank transaction, buy things online. I use it to read news, watch movies, and other things. The phone is keeping all this record. If someone can have access to the data on your mobile phone, that person can picture the way you spend your life more than how you can do it yourself. Because your mobile phone knows who you spend time with, the route you take to the office. It knows who you speak with, what you tell the person. It knows what you read. It knows what you do, everything. It has that information. So, like our keynote speaker talked about, before 2011, we don't even recognize electronic document as evidence in the court. But today we do. We even use virtual court hearing. So that means we are transforming. So the more we understand, the more we transform, the easier it will be for us. Our keynote speaker talked about the need of infrastructure in the court system, because that's the only way we can be more efficient and keep our records. If we can use it for our personal life, why can't we use it for our official life? We all depend on these mobile phones for our day-to-day activities. So why can't we automate the court system? It will make your work easier and more efficient. You can use artificial intelligence to process the data you want quicker, faster, and more convenient. You can use, there are tools available that can make sure the authenticity of documents, like the blockchain. It will make sure whatever you do is authentic, and it will make your work easier, and it will be more transparent also. I think even Honorable Justice Kazim also talked about the need for IT investment in our court system. So we need to look at it. This is a tool. IT is to complement what we do, not to replace what we do. So we should embrace it and use it. Like our banking system, I'm proud with it. Anywhere you go in the world, today you can't work in a banking sector without being a computer literate. And you can easily access banking services at the comfort of your office. So in the absence of our discussion, I don't know whether Remy is online. Remy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, my lords, the guest speaker, and all other participants. The guest speaker and the chairman have actually said a lot regarding contemporary legal issues in electronic commerce in Nigeria. And I'm just going to touch on one or two things that we need to be focusing on. Let me start by talking about some basic statistics, just to highlight and reinforce the fact that e-commerce is growing in Nigeria. According to Statistica is a research and development company that normally come up with statistics of trends in terms of IT and InfoSec. In 2020, they said about 77% of all purchases in Nigeria were made online. And they did the research, they look at about 5 different African countries, and Nigeria led in terms of online purchase and in terms of e-commerce and online purchase, followed closely by Egypt. Egypt is about 4%. And we can see these impacts in last month that Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp was down for just a few hours. A lot of people that were small and medium-sized organizations that do transaction online, they were heavily impacted. That's to tell you that we heavily focus and rely on e-commerce and online transaction. Even the coronavirus, digital shopping in Africa has increased tremendously due to COVID-19 outbreak. There was one online survey that was conducted in 2020 and 2021, which says that 81% of consumers in Nigeria are shopping more online since the beginning of the pandemic. And we could see that 60% of small and medium-sized organizations advertise their products online. If we go to Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, we see a lot of people advertising their products and also selling their products online, via direct messages, apart from having a website. So, but all these have obviously opened up a floodgate of fraudulent activities online, which the judges should be focusing on. We've got a lot of credit card fraud taking place. We have what we call a fake return and refund fraud, whereby people order online, they make the payment, and then after that, oh, the product is no longer available, we're going to return your money. At the end of the day, they don't get their money. We've got fake and spoofed websites, where you have a legitimate website and people now create a fake one. And unsuspecting consumers will just go straight to that website thinking they're dealing with the legitimate company. We've seen cases whereby there are non-existent products being advertised. There are some cases whereby people even hijack like Instagram accounts of legitimate organizations and start claiming that they are selling their products, giving them account details to pay into, and so on and so forth. So this has been a very serious issue generally due to the increase in e-commerce activities. The guest speaker actually mentioned a lot of regulatory agencies that have been doing a good job in terms of trying to regulate e-commerce and areas that the judges can also look into. We have regulatory agencies that the guest speaker mentioned include the CBN, NIDA, and I'm happy that the chairman of this session is the NIDA DG, and NIDA has been doing a lot of fantastic work in terms of data protection regulation. We've got the Federal Competition and Consumer Agency, the NCC, and some others. But the big one, which we should be looking at, and which has to go into law, is the Electronic Transaction Bill. So the closest that we had was the passage of Electronic Transaction Bill by the 8th National Assembly, which obviously did not receive the presidential assent. But the 9th National Assembly also deliberated on a bill to provide an enabling framework that will legalize all forms of e-transaction in Nigeria. They call it Electronic Transaction Bill 2019. So this bill is supposed to have a kind of overarching function, and it will give validity to a lot of transactions like online contracts, because these days people do electronic signature and electronic records. In Dubai now, they are using blockchain technology for some transaction so that you'll be able to validate those transactions online. And I was saying one of the problems in Lagos in terms of land and some other part of the country, we can use blockchain technology to solve that problem so that people can validate land via blockchain. Then admissibility of electronic evidence in the law courts. That's one of the things that bill is looking into, and security of parties to online transaction. So that's one. Then at the moment, we also have the Cybercrime Act. We've got the NDPR data protection regulation by NIDA that I mentioned that covers area of data protection for consumers, for organizations, and for individuals. The Cybercrime Act also has some aspects in it that protects consumers, but that needs to be updated. We have the establishment of National Cyber Security Fraud. So basically, the way forward, from my own point of view, is to retaining and enforcing the existing laws and regulation, e.g. the cybercrime law, the NIDA, NDR, and as the chairman has also mentioned, that we need to strengthen the existing law. The existing law can cover a lot of things, but we still need to strengthen it and be able to implement it. Then another point is to enhance knowledge of privacy concerns, because even online, when people try to visit a particular website, even by legitimate websites, they try to understand your browsing habits. And by the time you log out from it, you start seeing a lot of pop-ups in terms of advertising some product that you might not really want to see. And this has been captured while you are browsing that particular website. So the privacy of consumers needs to be properly protected. Then in terms of digital evidence and admissibility of forensic evidence in the law courts, and from the previous speakers, that there's a need for proper capacity building of judges in the area of electronic payment and cybercrime. We have to fine-tune and implement the electronic transaction bill to cover the emerging threats. There are so many emerging threats now, like cryptocurrency, the use of blockchain technology, cloud computing, a lot of new e-commerce scams coming up. There's also need for effective dispute resolution. When a consumer requests for a particular product, when the product comes back, and the consumer says, "Oh, I don't want that product anymore." So how do we, if there's a dispute, or you see a lot of things online being advertised, and by the time you buy them, you discover that that's not what the picture on the website is different from the product you are giving me. It looks more beautiful, it looks more better on the website. So those are the things that we have to be looking into. How do we resolve disputes as regards scams and also intentionally deceiving the consumers? Fake payment alerts has risen tremendously in Nigeria now, where we have fake companies and products. So those are generally the areas that need more strengthening in terms of e-commerce, and those are contemporary issues that we have to be looking into. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, I will now hand over back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Remy. You and our keynote speaker, you emphasize on data protection. Let me just share more insight with you about what is happening in the data and why we need to be more conscious about our data. There is this surveillance capitalism, which is the major focus of the big tech at the Silicon Valley. What they mean by surveillance capitalism is how can you bring something outside the market dynamic into the market dynamics? That's why they are coming up with free services. So who is the product if you use a free service? That means you are the commodity. How are they making money? Facebook, Twitter, most of these big tech are providing free services. And they are among the big corporates in the world. How are they making money? They trade on your data. There is a big market called behavioral data, where they take our data, our personal information, create models, then produce products and sell it to us, or use it to manipulate us, to influence us. So basically, we need to be conscious about it, because the more you share your data online, the more they know you, the more they ride on our weak point, our emotional weak point, and influence us. That's why if you and I today go to Google and Google for something, we will get a different result, because Google knows each of us. It knows our wants and it knows our priorities. Based on that, it gives us a personalized information. So data is key, and this is something that is new in the world. And it's not something that the legislators can come up with law quickly, but it is for you, the judges, to leverage on existing laws to make decisions on this kind of things. So we need to be conscious that means if the product is free, you are the product. They take your information and sell it. So thank you very much. Let me invite Dr. Akinwumi, the second discussant, for his contribution. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you to the previous speakers, the keynote speaker, and my co-panelists. I think this is, like the chairman said in its opening remark, it's a very interesting times that we are in. Commerce, banking, and payments have been inseparable for a long time. Eventually, when people trade, obligations have to be settled. And in settling obligations, payments come into play. There were those times when you basically exchange currencies in paper forms, and those times when we were very dependent on checks. These are means of payments that are physical, and it's easier to manage cases that could come or arise out of those. However, electronic payments have been on the rise. Has been on the rise over some time now, and increasingly, commerce is depending on electronic payments. Now, commerce on its own, as already discussed by the keynote speaker, has bodies of laws that addresses it, while banking and payments has its bodies as well, its own set of laws as well, regulating it. However, when you bring the two together in form of e-commerce, it becomes important to know where to draw the line and the applicability of each of the sets of laws. In that regard, I would quickly want to highlight a few things by the keynote speaker and weigh in on some of them. He mentioned the models of electronic commerce, where he spoke about business to business, business to customers or consumers, consumers to business and consumers to consumers. I think increasingly, what the trajectory we are seeing now is that you are going to be having more of consumer to consumer commerce, electronic commerce, and especially with the rise of digital tokens in forms of cryptocurrency, in forms of in form of DLT-based or blockchain-based innovation around payments. Peer-to-peer transactions will increase, and where peer-to-peer transactions increase, within the framework of what we are seeing in terms of development in technology and its usage for facilitating commerce, you are likely to see more of transactions going along the blockchain side and DLT, distributed ledger technology innovations, in which case you will start talking about smart contracts that are executable through codes. How do we start to adjudicate on matters that are peer-to-peer and executable by a system? We need to start addressing our minds and addressing laws or redefining our laws, or perhaps some of our regulations, at least in the interim, to address such issues. Another important thing that we need to also start thinking about is the issue of identity management. Most times when you look at the platforms that people trade on these days, the social media has already become an electronic commerce platform, as rightly noted by Mr. Afon. Now, where you have such, many people on social media have pseudonyms. How do you then identify the real person behind the pseudonyms? That brings about the need to address identity management on at a national level. There is that need to ensure that we have a good framework for electronic ID, for example. Today, the Central Bank of Nigeria, over the years, I think since 2014, introduced the bank verification number to manage identity within the banking system. We have other initiatives such as the National Identification Number by NIMSI. We have the customs, the immigration also having its own form of identity. We have the voter registration card. There is that need to align and to ensure that we can also identify people, even sometimes when they use pseudonyms. And how admissible will those pseudonyms be in our courts? And how do we attach them to the official identity? So the issue of electronic ID is very important, and the criteria for deciding what ID should be acceptable and what rules are we going to put around social media or electronic commerce platform that will ensure that people are not identified only by their pseudonyms online, but that those names are also attached to official electronic official ID system. Beyond that, I won't say too much on dispute resolution. I think Mr. Afo covered that rightly. However, there is need to align the laws, the FC PPA law, FCCPA law, and the BOFIA, the Bank and Other Financial Institutions Act, knowing fully well that while the FCCPA may address commerce and the impact, competition, as well as consumer protection, there are also provisions for within the banking law, within the BOFIA, Banking and Other Financial Institutions Act, to address issues around both competition and consumer protection with respect to consumption of financial services. Again, it is also important that we look at the role that the payment service providers are playing within the space of electronic commerce. Usually, most of them do not provide, in most instances, the transactions or the trade or the products. Let me put it that way, the products, but they facilitate the payments. In that regard, it is important that we start identifying the entire value chain of e-commerce to really understand the various people, participants within that value chain, and to ensure that appropriate laws as well as contracts are in place to protect the customers. So you have, for a particular electronic commerce platform, it's a bundle of several providers. So the issue of third-party agreements come into place. How do I ensure that if I'm dealing with XYZ platform, that all responsibility, how does the consumer ensure that all responsibility pertaining to that transaction rests on XYZ platform? How am I sure that XYZ platform will not evade the need to be accountable, perhaps because there was failure in delivery or late delivery or delay in delivery? In which case, you see the logistics company also coming into play. And lastly, on authorization and authentication of transactions, which will tie into the issue of fraud, which I know the previous session handled, and this current session, I think both the two previous speakers have already spoken on it, and I believe the chairman also raised some issues around that. How do we ensure that authentication and authorization can be proven at the law courts? These are issues that requires us to start addressing, and I believe a lot has been addressed by some of the regulations, the regulations that we have from various agencies as listed by the keynote speakers. I believe those regulations as the way forward should be leveraged by our courts and by our courts to ensure that the gaps that may be existing within the current legal framework may be addressed through those regulations. I'll also join the previous speakers on the need to underscore the need to continue to educate ourselves to ensure that not only do we have platforms like this for the judges, but also, like was rightly said by, I think, said during the last session, that there is need for us to educate others that facilitates matters in the court. The prosecutors, even the consumers, need to be aware of their rights. At that point, I would want to yield the floor back to the chairman. Thank you very much. Again, before I just close, I think I should state that my director apologized for not being able to make this. He had planned to be here, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. Mr. Jimoh Musa Itokwa would have loved to be there. He has sent his apologies, and he really hopes that he will be able to be available some other time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ikinwomi. Dr. Ikinwomi touched on emerging technologies, which we need to pay attention to. Just recently, Meta, formerly Facebook, announced of building a new platform, Metaverse, whereby we can experience whatever we experience in the physical world in a virtual world. So that means you have a big work to start thinking on. If someone commits a crime in a virtual world, is it the same time of committing a crime in a physical world? Because very soon we'll start living a life in a virtual world with the Metaverse. then there are many emerging technologies coming up to change the way we live. Like the smart contract is coming to do more artificial intelligence. Already in some countries are using artificial intelligence for recruitment, for assessing your credit worthiness and other things. Just 2 years ago, Amazon was using artificial intelligence for recruitment. It just noticed that for more than 2 years, there wasn't any female recruited in the company. Why? Because the system rejected anything with woman or female, anything that has something to do with female. The system rejects it. Why? Because it developed its model based on high-performing staff. And mostly in the techie industry, there are less than 14% female. Therefore, for artificial intelligence, for you to be a high performer, you must be a man. So, you know, all this, we need to build the legal into it. So there are many cases of this. Technology can deny you access to a physical place. And we have cases whereby police uses facial recognition to profile people. And also it has been realized that mostly the facial recognition doesn't recognize black people well. It wrongly profiles black people as criminals because mostly in the US, they believe black commit more crimes than the white people. So the artificial intelligence also is biased because the people that create the algorithm, they are biased. So how can we create unbiased algorithm? Or how can we use the legal system to correct that? Because we are moving in a direction whereby we say system is the best things, is the best way to do things, computer. But what if the computer is biased, or it is racist, or it has a gender bias and so on? So we need to start thinking on this. So without further ado, I'll open for Q&A. Okay.
Thank you very much. There's a growing instead of this online loan companies that will go out and learn to copy the contacts on the telephone contact of their would-be clients, and after disbursing money to them within a month, they will now be sending some messages that are becoming and that are very, very, and a few of them have taken them. Question or my comment is, if this persists, can you please enlighten us? Who do we report to? Which agency? And has there been such reports? What has been done? Eventually, we are on youth empowerment and whatever, and the person recorded. People's telephone numbers to now we're going to be looking for what do. Who do we report to?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I respond, let me just share some insight with you. Our keynote speaker talked about globalization. And what does globalization mean? Is bringing the world together. And IT is making that faster. So that means we should be thinking about, he also talked about jurisdiction. So that means we should be thinking about universal legal system. Because someone can commit crime in America while staying in Nigeria. And that's why you look at EU, they have the General Data Protection Regulation for the European countries. And even in Africa, we are trying to push of having one data protection law because it will make things easier for you. So, but we are having challenge as we speak now. Even in Nigeria, some states are trying to have their own data regulation law, which it will be very difficult for us. So with this globalization, it accelerates convergence of things. What I mean by convergence of doing things, before banking, we know is clearly banking is under CBN. But today we have fintech, companies providing financial services, and they are not under CBN regulation. They call themselves a techie company. That's why they call themselves financial technology companies. And in other countries, or even in Nigeria, very soon, some telcos will start providing payment services. We have Alibaba and so on, Facebook and so on. They want to start providing payment services. So there is a convergence of that regulation. And also, these emerging technologies, you can take one technology and do many things with it. For example, cryptocurrency, the foundational technology blockchain, you can use it for banking, in banking sector. You can use it in education, in many sectors. So who should regulate it? That means there is a need for joint regulation. In the case of these loan companies, NIDA, because of violation of data privacy, we start wielding our stick and trying to enforce all that compliance with the data protection. We find some of them. We are investigating some, working with the Nigerian police to investigate them. If they refuse to pay the fine, we'll take them to court. And also we are working with the consumer compliance, is it consumer something? I think, is it? Yes, we just signed MOU with them to work with them to see how we can address that. And also CBN is joining that so that we can all work together and address it, even if it is to come with a joint regulation. So we should come with that. But in the absence of that, now we use data protection regulation to enforce compliance with privacy, because they take information and use it where they are not supposed to use it. Then the second question is on the, sorry, I didn't get it clear. Okay. Yes, that one also we talked about having the e-commerce law, which is still at the National Assembly. But in the absence of that, NIDA has some powers to regulate e-commerce, and also CBN does, because it falls under financial transactions. For you to make a payment, it either has to go through a bank or a payment system. But also the consumer protection has a responsibility there to protect consumers as well. So thank you very much. Do you have anything?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. President, let me add to the issue of when you buy online and you don't get the product. So the chargeback provisions under some CBM guidelines allows you within 72 hours, you can report it to your bank that this payment was made, you have not received value for it. The bank will investigate it, and if once it confirms, they can reverse the money back into your account. But you have to report within 72 hours. Okay, that's not tougher. That becomes a police issue. It can be a police issue or EFCC because it's a financial crime. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, there had been a question about, if there's an issue, identity. This is Adefope Okoje, Court of Appeal. Now, he had, the gentleman had asked about, where to make a complaint to, and, various answers have been proffered. Now, I want to ask a question. Like I had an issue, over this NIMSI matter, registered with one, don't let me mention the name, registered with a carrier. The carrier did not register, I ported, but they did not register. When the NIMSI matter came up, it was like, well, we're going to disbar everybody that is not registered. And it became an issue. I wrote to the person you're representing, the ministry. I think it's Digital Communications, a hard copy. I sent soft copies. I went to the website. To none of these did I get any response. And this is not like just an ordinary person, because we're judges, justices. So I'd expected that I would get a response. So that worried me, that if we don't have an active consumer protection agency or somebody to whom you can report and get action done. Now, we're talking about digital matters, Who do we report to? What is the guarantee that we're going to get any response? And these are matters that accounts can be completely cleared within such a short time. So, what I'm asking actually is, what is the response and the response time of the authorities to issues like this?
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know whether if Dr. Kiyomu is still there, if he can help respond to this question.
All right. I don't know if you can hear me.
Can hear you
fine.
loud and clear.
Okay, great. For transactions that border on financial transactions over your bank accounts, either electronic payments, basically, any other financial transaction that you have that members of the public may have any complaints on, the Consumer Protection Framework of the Central Bank of Nigeria addresses the concern raised by my lord there. Basically, the initial step for every consumer with a complaint is to lodge that complaint to the bank involved in the transaction. That's the consumer's bank. If the consumer's bank fails to resolve the issue, the dispute, within the period specified in our regulation, which in certain instances may vary, but largely 14 working days, largely, then the consumer can escalate this to the Central Bank of Nigeria through the Consumer Protection Department, the Consumer Protection Department take every complaint they takes it very seriously, and they investigate, after which where they find that the bank has not done well in addressing the customer's complaint, the Consumer Protection Department can direct the bank, where there is a case established for the customer to be refunded, to have its refund back. Where there is a case that needs to be probed beyond consumer protection, well, that is beyond the Central Bank of Nigeria, then the case might be for law enforcement agencies. Aside that, in order to respond speedily to some fraudulent transactions, the bank instituted what we call the Industry Fraud Desk in 2015. That was in response to the fact that it was observed that frauds happen closer to weekends and public holidays, in which case you may not be able to immediately access your bank to address the issue promptly. The Industry Fraud Desk mandates bank to have 24/7 hotlines for reporting fraud by consumers, and those lines should be made publicized, and the customers should be sensitized of those lines. Aside that, what we used to have before then was that even if you call your bank is handicapped before this Industry Fraud Desk was instituted, in getting across to the bank that might have received the fund. In which case, before the weekend runs out, some fraudsters had already cashed out. But to prevent that, the Industry Fraud Desk ensures that once complaint is made, within that same period, a lien can be placed in the interim on that account to avoid such losses being completely, such fraudsters taking out the money before investigation can be carried out. So the framework is clear as to how we respond to consumer complaints from the financial services endpoint. However, I believe there are also frameworks along the line for NCC. I believe the Nigerian Communications Commission, in the case that was illustrated, must have I believe they will have their framework within which they address such cases. I may not be able to speak with respect to those pertaining to the other regulators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiyomi. So our take-home is, for each service, you have the provider. If it is a banking, you go to your bank first. If it is a company first. If you are not getting the desired service or response, then you ask regulator. Most of the regulators, they have a consumer protection department, like CBN, I know they have and also NIMSI also. Most of the services, they provide it through a third party. So if you are not getting the desired result to the regulator. Thank you very much. Okay. I don't know, maybe that will be the last question. Our session is supposed to last 1 hour, 25 minutes only.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eson Ogunleye, former registrar, CIBN. The indication, the answers provided by the speaker on screen reminds me of the suggestions made in the past few years of Nigeria has been accused of making itself distracted away from its fundamental economy. And the response has always been that Central Bank of Nigeria, for this economy, has responsibility to respond to what is peculiar to to Nigeria. Now, the explanation that consumers should first approach their bank or escalate issues to Central Bank of Nigeria, depending on the volume, which is also rising now, active for Central Bank of Nigeria. I don't work for Central Bank of Nigeria, but I know there is a big source of distraction. So suggestion was made some years back for the establishment of financial ombudsman. And I think the size and shape and the color of development with me, that there ought to be by now the institution of financial. Therefore, if that comes into being, Central Bank will be relieved of which is continuously growing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much for the feedback. I think Dr. Kiomi will take note and give feedback to the CBN. Thank you. I think with this will come to the end of this session. Because of time, we need to round up and go and attend other activities. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you for this thought-provoking discussion at this session. Please let us appreciate our resource persons while I call on the president and the office holders to have a group photograph with the resource persons. After the past president and the past registrar to join the group photograph. While the group photograph is going on, we want to appreciate all delegates for being part of this, of the day one session. And we look forward to you tomorrow. The program will commence by 10 a.m. I'll be closing by 3:30. After this group photograph session, there's a late lunch for us, where we had our tea break. Then in the evening, at Ritz Continental Hotel. The late lunch is ready for us.